We all like to.
Well, and we know what they did there. And it's all they, you know. So I was. And then,
The same thing.
so we'll just say, hey, lunch every.
She wants to realize.
And so. You stay for the rest of the show. Yeah.
It's really great. So whenever you're ready. You're ready. You're ready? Okay, great. We'll get started. Hopefully trustee Delman will join us shortly. Thank you, everybody, for coming to our workshop. This is exciting and long awaited. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a presentation, a report, and then we'll have Q&A from the board. We have a general business item later in the meeting. I don't feel like you have to stay awake for that because I don't anticipate that we're gonna make substantive decisions during that. I think the whole board would agree that this will require some serious thought and discussion. So we are not going to rush that. So we'll save our gratitude and thanks for later. For now, I'm going to hand it over. And you ready?
We're ready.
Okay,
We're as
great.
ready as we can ever be.
So are we.
So, there we go. So Mayor Rogan, Mayor Pro Tem Williams, Board of Trustees, staff, community. On behalf of the task force, who we'll introduce in a moment, with their unanimous endorsement, this report is fairly and correctly represents the views and the findings of the task force. I present to you the Alliance that is in review of the draft 2024 IGA. So our goals today are really to provide an overview of the structure, not get into too much of the weeds of this, share the background that went into our consideration and our deliberation. With our short time, we'll do about 30 minutes of overview of the document, about 20 minutes of question and answer. Take it from there. I'll try to keep pace of the presentation on the board so you can follow along with what I'm talking about. But with that, let's start with the structure of this document. So this report was really broken down into 4 primary groups. The background, really the who, why, what, where, when of this task force and what it's all about. The second area, which is probably the most important single page in the document, is our collective summary of the concerns of the citizens. The third section are the actual recommendations, which we divided into 3 segments: the IGA process, the legal document, the map. And then in that section, we'll drill into the subset of recommendations. And then the 4th section of this document is all the reference materials that we utilized officially during our collaboration on this effort, with links to every document that's on the town website. So that should get us started. So let's take just a quick section on what is the purpose of the IGA. Obviously, without going into it, this specifically, the IGA is intended to define what properties might be considered for future annexation and development, and generally what the nature of that development should be. It's important to note that it's a legal document between Boulder County and the town of Lyons, as compared to a lot of what we call advisory documents, such as the Lyons Thrive Comprehensive Plan. A lot of people have been asking since day one about different things inside of town limits, and I think it's important for everybody to recognize throughout the community, this does not specifically address any development activities or opportunities within the town limits. So who's on the task force? I would say kudos to all of you when selecting this task force and using the criteria you did. You couldn't have picked 7 or 8 more different people in terms of thoughts and backgrounds and ideologies and everything, which was both an opportunity and a challenge for all of us. I think you know everybody, we won't take a lot of time to go through it, but Julie Jacobs was not only a critical asset in here, but a scribe that kept meticulous notes, so I appreciate that. Sonny Smith, who brought a lot of out of the box thinking and humor and cheer to this whole thing. Cindy Fisher, who not only got very engaged, but probably is the best researcher I've ever met. Martin Suslov brought a lot of insight into what he believes are the way we should be looking at property owners' rights. A lot of background on real estate, a lot of background on property searches. So a really good collaborative team. Charles Stevenson is traveling in Europe today, so he can't be with us. And Jen Weingard is not here today, but she was valuable as well. And of course, we were supported by Trustees Hamrick, Planner Bowen, Barney Drydstead from the PCDC, and Hannah Hipley, who I believe is online here with us today from Boulder County. And of course, Administrator Simonson was present and a valuable research support during this as well. Of course, loads and loads and loads of community members had input into this report and advice and thoughts and ideas. And I'd go as far as to say we had some groupies that would send an email after every one of our meetings and let me know what should have or could have happened. So that has been fantastic. The charter of our mission was to review the draft IGA and offer recommendation. Generally a broad statement, but given the concerns that were expressed by citizens across the community, we're so diverse and so focused on both the transparency of the IGA development process, as well as the specific details of the IGA agreement itself and the related map of the potential annexation areas. The task force chose to do a comprehensive review of all of those items and offer recommendations on all 3 areas. The process, the legal agreement, and the map itself. And within that, we offered dissenting views when they were necessary, which fortunately in the end was very few points. If you're following along at home, page 5 is the mission. On day 1, the very first thing that we all did was really define how we're going to attack this process. So we laid out what turned out to be just a perfect, very simple 4-step process. First, we had to learn about the properties. Second, we had to understand what had changed from 2012 to 2024 in terms of the IGA map and the IGA wording and the document, and also gain an understanding of the IGA development process. What went into it, what data was used, what criteria, what was the process overall. And then finally, we had to craft, debate, edit, and present recommendations. I go through that not only because I want you to understand what we did, but I believe it's a framework that you may have to follow as well with your own twist on it as you go forward. Of course, we were very anxious for community inputs. We realized early on that we neither had the time nor the expertise nor the wherewithal to do broad-based town hall meetings or group get-togethers. And so rather, we took it on as individuals to seek out community inputs around our own neighborhoods, or around town, within our own social circles, to try to get as much input as we can. And I think you'll find that there was quite a lot of input put into that. During that process, we talked to dozens and dozens and dozens of people, but including past board members, past mayors, citizens from every corner of this town. We've talked with developers. We've heard from developers secondhand. We've talked to other city planners. We've talked to executives in Boulder County. We've researched documents in the Boulder County archives about different properties that haven't been digitized yet. Sonny even managed to corner Governor Polis when he was in town. It was really amazing the depth and the breadth of knowledge and talent that exists on some of these topics. High community interest, high engagement, lots of feedback along the way. In terms of the data collection process, we studied town reports and studies. We looked at past BOT meetings, past PCDC meetings, through help from neighbors and my wife and various other folks, I think we watched every board meeting and every PCDC meeting for the last 18 months, reviewed all the documents in there and tried to understand what, if anything, was discussed with related to the IGA process. We looked at Boulder County data, state and federal data with map overlays, risk studies, environmental studies, planning studies. We compiled our own reports using the vast amount of data we have on the town's infrastructure, building codes, planning codes, density around the town, all as related to how those things might be impacted by future development. So we got the full picture going in. As Mayor Rogan noted, when we kicked off this meeting on the first day, the IGA is not about affordable housing. However, given the way that it was drafted with the affordable housing and density overlays, it was impossible for us to ignore that topic. Just as a clarification, as you see it used in this document, affordable housing and attainable housing are both terms that are widely used, very measurable based on the average median income of Boulder County. Workforce housing is used more frequently, but it has less clear definition. And a growing term that's used both locally throughout the state, throughout the country is the concept of housing affordability, which is different than affordable housing, but it is an overlay that sort of encompasses the broad problem that the country is facing and that Colorado is facing overall. As we move on to page 7, again, the primary areas of citizen concerns, probably the most important takeaway for all of you. And in our recommendations, we tried to address every one of these points. So I just want to touch on a couple real quick. And these were again developed from day one really to the last day as a collaborative edited effort. First one was transparency and trust in the process was the greatest concern expressed among citizens. And we can get into the root cause of why that was at some later date. And we'll also provide some very specific recommendations that we think would help the Board of Trustees and town staff address those concerns. Secondly, housing needs and our actual housing goals were both concerns of a wide variety of the people we talked to, the majority of the people we talked to. I could say most agreed that growth in housing affordability is a very real issue that we need to balance. The question of what those goals are remains a stumbling point to building consensus and a path forward. Another major concern, protection of sensitive land and protection of the rural nature of the community was certainly heard loud and clear throughout these reports. And I guess the takeaway for a lot of us is that the meeting our housing goals and being responsible stewards for the land and minimizing safety risk are not mutually exclusive goals. We can achieve both, and we should. And we should not let false binary choices divide the community or distract us from meeting our housing goals and our responsible growth goals. Topography. Topography was a concern that was raised by a number of people in a number of different ways. And citizens wanting to ensure that development recognizes Lyon's natural features and infrastructure constraints, such as the flood zone, blue lines, steep slopes, large drainage basins, rock terrain, etc. Density was a big concern, and it was a big call out because it was so boldly presented in the draft IGA. The density overlays in the draft IGA were quite inconsistent with existence today. As an example, using the data from Town Planner Bowen, the proposed density in the draft 2024 IGA, the lowest density proposed were 6 housing units per acre. On the Connor, Boone, and Carpenter property, those densities were 6 to 12 housing units per acre. Using conservative math, that's 3.7 to 7 times higher density than the surrounding areas. On the Buchanan areas A and C, the proposed density was 12 to 16 housing units per acre. That's 3.4 times higher than the highest density that exists today, according to the data that we received from the town planner. The detailed study of that is in the data files. There were also a number of non-IGA concerns that kept coming up from a number of citizens, so we felt compelled to include those in there. One of them is the desire to continue to focus on economic development, which I know is a top priority for all of you. The second is prioritizing infill and redevelopment as a way to meet our housing goals. And I think Planner Bowen probably mentioned that that's a priority on every single meeting that we had. So I believe that's a priority for all of you as well. And the last area, which I know Mayor Rogan has spent a lot of time, is a concern about really managing and the potential overreach by state or county powers on the growth goals of Lions. So those are the key areas of concern that were expressed. So now let's jump into the recommendations. And as you'll see on page 8, those are in 3 big buckets. Recommendation on the IGA development process, specific edits to the legal agreement, and 2 alternatives on the map itself. So we'll start first with the process recommendations. And these are, some of them are very specific, some are very broad. I'll start first by saying there were 2 phrases that I heard, and I think a lot of other people heard more than any, that drove a lot of our thinking. And it certainly drove these first 2 recommendations. The first phrase that we heard a lot was, that doesn't make any sense, when people looked at the data. In my opinion, that was a result of the lack of transparency or the lack of consideration of some of the non-housing goals or the impact of development. With that, we have our first recommendation, which is to improve the transparency process. And this is the only one I want to read directly because it's so important. While the BOT's formation of the Citizens IGA Task Force is a great sign of understanding and openness to the community, the task force would recommend continued public acknowledgement by the Board of Trustees of the concerns expressed by the community. Renewed vigor is needed in both words and actions to demonstrate and reassure the community that the Board of Trustees and Boulder County are committed to improving transparency in the IGA process. The second most commonly heard phrase was, they can't do that, can they? My reply was generally always, we are they. So I think the task force felt pretty strongly about this. So we include a recommendation in here to the community. The task force feels that the challenge of the IGA is not assigned only to the Board of Trustees or to town staff, but rather to the community at large. We call on the citizens across Lions to get involved, get informed, engage in open civil dialogue with neighbors, Board of Trustees members, learn the facts, understand the trade-offs being considered, and make your view heard in a constructive and useful way. While the views and perspectives will differ, all must assume good intentions of our elected officials and our community members. To reach the successful outcome, all involved should focus on the facts and avoid fake news, assumptions, or accusations. Collectively, we must remain united as a town, open-minded, and above all else, civil. So the third recommendation, this is an easy one. You're going to have to extend the deadline of the current IGA. And everybody knows that. Just to allow for you all to do your work and to get the proper community input. Recommendation number 4, learn the properties. Some of you know them well, some of you maybe don't know them so well. But you need to understand what has changed, why, and we offer a guide in this report to do just that. Moving to the next page, engage with property owners and the neighbors of impacted properties. Related to that, gain agreement from landowners or buy-in from landowners before making changes to land, especially if that change could have any sort of negative impact on their land value. This is covered in more detail in this related to a specific parcel on page 36 in the landowner's impact recommendation. The next recommendation is focus energy and resources where widespread agreement is found. It's very clear through a lot of our reports, a lot of our data, a lot of our community inputs, where people feel growth should happen. Let's focus first on those as opposed to some of the more controversial land development options. Seize immediate opportunities. The Tebow property is in the middle of annexation. A lot of work planned for that later tonight, I understand. And many people are very supportive and are certainly closely following that annexation effort. Yet in my opinion, to date, we haven't quite seen a lot of specifics or data or requirements related to how that annexation specifically is going to support our housing goals. If this is not part of the annexation process, when will it happen? What leverage is lost after annexation to drive specific housing goals? Last two, number 9, again, maybe the most important one on the whole page. Don't know why it ended up number 9, it just did. But this one is to define, publish the real housing goals of the town. We really need to have the goals of the town. Clarifying the goals will help unify and support the town towards solutions rather than perpetuating the inconsistencies of prior stated goals in such documents as the future housings plan versus the comp plan versus Prop 123. And last but not least is follow the guiding principles. There's a host of key principles that collectively were called out of the community survey that was used to develop the Lions Drive plan. We just would encourage the board to keep those principles in mind as they work forward through this process. Turning ourselves now to the legal document itself. Luckily, this group, collectively, had a number of people that have a lot of experience with legal documents, how to read them, how to understand them, understanding the wording, understand the importance of the wording, or what wording not to put in. And so I believe that what you have is a very, very solid recommendation on the legal document itself. We also looked at all the other Boulder County IGA agreements to understand if they had other things that were different in them, or why ours seemed quite different, our draft seemed quite different from a lot of others. The edits made were collaborative, and the changes recommended were unanimously agreed on by all 7 members of the task force. In general, we eliminated the specific property overlays for density and affordable housing goals, and we added clarity of many of the key considerations, such as meeting specific housing goals that should be in place on all future annexations. The changes of all on the legal agreement are all summarized on page 14, and the red line copy is included on page 15 through 24, which is a really easy document to read and be able to see exactly what we took out and exactly what we put in. Which leads us to the map, or Exhibit A, as we would say, within the task force recommendations. This was a really important area, and probably from day one until the final day, this was the one area where we struggled the most. To try to find a way to provide a consensus recommendation on how to approach selection of properties in the IGA map. As called for in our charter, when we had an inability to reach what I feel is unanimous decision, we wanted to offer 2 recommendations. So therefore, the task force is offering 2 recommendations that I'll give you a quick summary of, and then we'll cover in more detail. The first one we'll call option A. This recommends that the Board of Trustees keep all areas or potential annexation areas as defined in the draft 2024 IGA map for Exhibit A, and allow the town's annexation process to make a determination about annexation and development when and if such annexation applications are ever provided or ever submitted by the property owner. The alternative option B, which was a majority position, recommends that the Board of Trustees apply a reasonable site selection criteria and that deliberation be applied to consider the appropriateness and inclusion of each parcel to the PAA for potential future annexation and development before the finalized IGA map or Exhibit A is solidified. So what we want to do now is just provide a little more color, clarity, and rationale that went into these 2 recommendations. I'm sorry, and I'm going to just back this up a little bit to orient you because I skipped it on my map because I forgot to put it in my notes.
Hey, Doug, while you're there, would you enlarge your screen a little bit, please? Thank you.
I know it's a little hard, I didn't necessarily intend everybody to be able to read it, but because I can't flip the page.
Oh, then you can, sorry. Okay.
But the first page, which if you have digital copy, and if not, everybody, I can send a link. The first page just summarizes the changes in the map. If something went from rural preservation to PAA or vice versa, that's what that first table recommends or suggests. And they're all referenced by letter and by the name that was either in the document or that we were using as a collective group. The next map is the actual IGA map with all those parcels identified. And the next map is the 2012 map with the same parcels identified in the same way. And with that, let's jump back into the rationale behind option A. And for that, Julie Jacobs is gonna give us a rundown.
Thank you, Doug. And this isn't gonna take long. I mean, option A, I really think these two options, like Doug alluded to, just reflect fundamental differences in how we conceive of the map itself and what it means. And option A is really just looking at the map as possibilities. Certainly, I mean, if you look at the last map, there's only been 2 properties that were actually annexed since 2012. So an understanding that what's on the map today does not reflect what's going to actually happen. It's just opening doors to possibilities. And also a recognition that the annexation process is pretty robust. It involves lots of steps. It costs a lot of money. It takes a lot of time. And there are experts in different areas that are making different determinations about things like fire and risk and traffic and utilities and drainage and all these things that we can certainly go to properties and look at and say, gosh, this looks like it's problematic. But I don't know what the possibilities are or what the technology is or what the realities are. And so this view is really putting those determinations at the feet of the experts at the time an application is made, if an application is made. I wouldn't be surprised if 5 years from now, we're 3D printing homes that are fireproof. I mean, there's a lot of technological advances that are going on. And the concept here is, let's not shoehorn ourselves into certain things that are impossible right now. Let's allow for potential. And if someone can convince everyone throughout that annexation process that their idea is sound and valid and doable and brings value to the town, let's consider it then and not preclude those options. So it's really, I mean, that's the basic fundamental idea here is things that are on the map are just there in case someone shows an interest, has a good plan, it aligns with all of the interests of the town. And after a pretty robust process that includes lots of public comment, then determinations are made about specific parcels. It's just an idea of allowing us to stay open and dynamic and be willing to change over time. This is a 10-year document, potentially 20 years if that renewal provision kicks in. You don't want to hamstring us in this process. So.
Very good, thank you. Options B related to the map, recommendation option B related to the map. Again, ask that the board consider the appropriateness and inclusion of those properties before the map is finalized. To guide the board, we have provided recommendations on a general PAA site selection criteria, which I'll touch on in a moment. In terms of the rationale behind that, get back to the right page if anybody's following along. As a legal document, the IGA provides direction to the town and the Board of Trustees on future land use. Given that the importance of this agreement, some of us believe that it is imperative that each parcel of land targeted for future annexation or development first be evaluated by the Board of Trustees for appropriateness and inclusion in the PAA. Deferring to future annexation process, in some opinions, ignores the function and intent of the entire IGA process. The annexation process is ill-suited to deal with the cumulative development impact for multiple properties that share common constraints. And it really is not set up to address within, let's see, where was I blog completely lost myself. Cumulative impacts are best understood and considered and addressed within what the town uses as, quote, the comprehensive development plan, which is the actual legal title of the IGA. So we feel like that should be considered pretty strongly. Even a simple and widely accepted annexation process is costly both in terms of real dollars, time, energy, opportunity cost, and focus for the landowners, for the town, and for the community. A knowingly controversial annexation process over sensitive rural preservation land will not only take a significant amount of focus away It'll continue to spend time with the BOT, the PCDC, the town staff, citizens, and will continue to create significant divides in this community. It is reasonable, therefore, to demand that the Board of Trustees apply a high level of readily available knowledge before endorsing and changing a specific parcel from rural preservation to PAA for the potential future development in the IGA document. In our exploration of the IGA, we dug deep to try to understand the reasoning and logic about the site selection criteria. We explored the process to not only understand the site selection, but to know the reasoning behind the density overlays and the affordable housing overlays. Much of the decision-making was done outside of recorded Board of Trustees meetings, perhaps an executive session, making it a little bit difficult for us to truly understand some of the rationale that went into the decision-making. A key factor of affordability, housing affordability, is number one, land cost, number two, infrastructure cost, site infrastructure cost. Affordable housing adds another critical overlay, and that is criteria that are really designed to support the citizens that we're intending to help with affordable housing. We were advised that no site selection criteria was used, and that related to affordable housing, no such site selection criteria exist as part of the historic consideration for the town sector. For those reasons, we are recommending both. You can review these on page 35 to 37. Page 33 is an overview of the possible general site selection criteria. We used a number of data sources to develop this site selection criteria and whittled it down to an area where there's a number of factors that should be looked at to understand the feasibility of bringing a parcel into the potential annexation area. For the affordable housing site selection, we searched high and low and ultimately found a Colorado Developers Guide that laid out a lot of logic and a lot of clarity on what municipalities should look at when considering parcels for development of affordable housing. What things are going to provide a higher likelihood of that being successful in meeting the goals? And that's the site selection criteria that we've summarized in this packet for you. In addition to that, we have taken that basic site selection criteria and have drafted some very general site-specific recommendations that we will not be going through today. But if we provided not only the recommendation, but the criteria or the rationale behind those for your consideration. And then the very last part I want to touch on in this recommendation section is the landowner impact recommendation. This is a trickier and more parcel specific recommendation related to the parcel that we're calling the Walters parcel and the IGA. Its address is 346 Steamboat Valley Road. While this is a general concern for all properties where the designation is being changed, we raise this matter specifically on this parcel where the designation change may have very real unintended consequences to the landowner who directly wishes to remain in Boulder County as rural preservation. We ask that the Board of Trustees dig into that specific issue and the general idea before making changes to that parcel. Finally, the last section of this report is all of the reference documents. We've organized them into categories to make it easier to sort, starting with the IGA documents, followed by maps, risk factor data, technical reports, town studies, IGA collaborative developed reports. We have density and parcel data. We have task force generated reports again. Staff input data and communications, site visit notes, and then finally, some community input letters. A few of them are already in the record, so we have the links there. A few were submitted later, and so we put the specific excerpts of the letters in there that relate to people's feelings about the IGA. I'll wrap it up by saying this was an arduous process, and a lot of good sports hung in there through some pretty chaotic meetings. About halfway through this, we were pretty much questioning whether or not we were gonna come to any conclusion, much less a consensus conclusion. And so we really thought this note or this quote that came forth in the middle of that from one of the IGA members really summed up what we were feeling at the time, and hopefully you'll find that we overshot our expectations. But it says, as for a meaningful conclusion, we will have at least engaged in a thoughtful, thorough, and well-intended discussion that reflects the difficulty of this whole process. So with that, we'll leave you with this report and open it up to questions and comments.
Thank you. Well done.
Right.
Yeah. I know, we can never run. Okay, so we'll take the next 15 or 20 minutes, and this is the opportunity to ask questions of the task force. This is the first of what will probably be several in-depth conversations. So if we don't cover everything tonight, please don't worry about that. So we'll just go round robin. Trustee Delman.
I don't have any questions right now.
Okay. Trustee Browning.
Two comments first, two things I found very helpful in your recommendations. One is to actually visit the specific properties, which I've done, walk some of them, but not others. I think that's a very useful suggestion, very educational. And secondly, I really, really appreciate you consolidating in a single source so many prior studies and plans and recommendations that we've discussed lately. Have we reached saturation point on studies and plans and should we declare a moratorium or something like that? But one of the difficulties with those when we do them is finding them. Town website search engine is not the best in the world. And having them in one place where we can find them and click on them is a great help. And I appreciate that very much. A couple of quick questions. You mentioned other municipalities, IGAs within Boulder County. And that do they differ in material? Do they do other things that our IGA doesn't do, or?
The most material thing that we found, and they're all slightly different because they all have but the most material thing was they don't have density requirements and they don't have a lot of property specific data like ours.
It's more general.
It was more general, which is, if you go back and read the red line graph, is what we basically have ended up with. We put very specific references to obtaining and making sure annexation supports our housing goals with the community road. But we didn't put parcel specific, and that's much more consistent with other documents that we saw.
Kind of the flip side of that, I understand Netherlands for some time has now gone without an IGA. Is any contact made with Netherlands to see what their experience has been, positive or negative in terms of relations?
Not as part of the task force. I know individuals have reached out, but I don't know of any findings about why that was abandoned specifically.
Thank you.
Yeah, first of all, my goodness. Thank you so much for all the hard work. I think about how much you got paid per hour. I think it's zero.
Pretty close to that.
I mean, really such thorough and really good work. So I had a couple of questions. One relates to the very last question that was asked. Did it seem to you that an IGA is something that the town should be pursuing? That Netherlands, in fact, probably is making a mistake related to it? And after you've had a chance to interact a little bit with the county, I would just be curious to know at that very basic level, whether you feel like that's something that the whole group would have said, yes, absolutely, we agree with this.
Do any of you want to answer?
I mean, we didn't talk about it formally as a group. I think we had lots of side conversations about what happens if we don't get this done. And I think the concern was it might be even more wide open if there's nothing in place. And so something is certainly better than nothing. I mean, I know that many people at this table do not want every parcel on the end of town to be open to potential annexation. So I think it's in all of our best interest to happen something.
Martin?
Oh, I just looked at it as trying to tweak
or a guideline, 30,000 foot view of development, and so I was very torn between both options, honestly. And I sided with option A primarily due to feeling that we can't strip the fundamental right to apply for annexation. And then the annexation process, with all the criteria laid out. Option B would leave those parcels out appropriately. So I think the basic concept for me was that we do need an overarching sort of guideline. So,
I think my other question is, and I know you were pressed time wise, might have gone into this otherwise. I noticed it was 5 in looking at option B, 2 people looking at option A. But could you tell me how you arrived at that and what why you decided to include both in the final?
we decided to include both in the final. We actually got stuck on that, the topic of the map, probably on the second.
And we
Second session. We had a little bit different makeup. We got stuck on that early in the process. Some because there was a lot of question about exactly what Martin mentioned, property rights. You know, should a owner have a right? Should they not have a right? Whose right supersedes what? And there was still a little bit in our mind, I think, questions about what is an IGA and why do we have it? You know, we're still working.
A lot of environmental too.
And a lot of environmental. I think as we went on, at least in my mind, the clarity of the necessity to have the IGA became crystal clear. But I think it is really important for us to have the IGA. Having spent enough time talking with Hannah and others in Boulder County, I get why they also think it's very important. And I think it does provide us some guardrails and some boundaries as we change boards and as we change mayors and staff and whatever happens. So when we had that dissension, we realized what we tried to do every time we had a dissension is to say, first, can we work through it? And you'll see in our other recommendations, for the most part, with the exception of one, which is kind of related to the same topic, they were really universally agreed upon. The wording was very specific in our recommendations. It wasn't accidental. It wasn't thrown together at the last minute. We reviewed an outline. We had working outline of our presentation from the 3rd week. And so we were building on each week. And we knew we could get consensus, but on the map thing, we just couldn't get there. And we didn't want to go through the battle of putting something forward that didn't represent who we were as a collective group. And so we put both forward. One is accept the map as it is. The other is apply reasonable consideration using the data that we have before solidifying the map. So,
And excuse me, and when I say environmental, in the middle of our task force, we had this fight. And that changed a lot of my house. Because when you're sitting there and you have a DC 10, 727, and all these BAE was 146 is flying over your head, and you have a task force in the middle of that task force talking about environmental housing and fire trucks that take a half an hour to get up a hill, and fire retardant, and homes that are above the blue line, and you're trying to deal with water. Believe me, it makes a change when you're talking about an IGA task force trying to figure out how to zone things, and it makes a big difference. So in the middle of this whole thing, you had to make some decisions, and there was people who were like concerns of, I don't know if I want to be on this task force. And I don't know if I drop in, drop out, be in Cleveland, I don't know what. And so that made a big change in what we were doing. And so those horses that changed, they changed horses in the middle of the street. And that's what happened. I'm sorry about the grammar thing, but that's how it happened. But you can see where some things happen with this whole task force. What I'm talking about when I say environmental. So I'm sorry, but that now you get that picture of how we were looking at in the middle of what was going on. That was my.
Thank you. That's helpful. I'm glad that you presented both options to us. To be clear, I am in favor of an IGA, and I also struggle with both of those options. I looking at it, it's like, yeah, they see pretty clearly what these issues are, and I do have other questions, that will come up later for staff and for the town attorney related to the two different options. But, you know, this isn't the place to ask those questions.
Thank you. Trustee Little?
Yeah, hey, kudos to you guys. This is an incredible piece of work that you've done here. We all appreciate it. I'm especially happy that the specificity of the properties have been deleted from this. I think that was the cause of the greatest concern for most of the citizens. I love the replacement paragraph that you put in there, talking about applications for annexation purposes of creating new residential development. I think it fits into the whole property owner rights thing, as well as giving the town some leeway in considering annexation. Did you visit all of the sites that were referenced in the original?
Yeah, as a collective group on the second week.
Yeah, very early on.
Right after
Did you
the
tour?
second week.
We toured all the sites. I know a few other people went back and retoured some, especially on the,
I did it.
in the east where we weren't sure where property lines were. So yeah, in fact, that was probably the biggest eye opener for most of us as a collective group, certainly for me.
It was best, it was one of the greatest things was to visit the property. Because when you physically saw the properties, went up and saw the easements, saw what was up there, how difficult it was, if it was up difficult, not difficult, how far off the highway they were, where they were, where the water lines were, the canals, the easements, everything. It made a big difference. I mean, it would probably be nice if we just had drones and could just fly up and see it. You know, but, or whatever, but I'm just saying, it was nice though, you know.
Thank you.
Were the landowners present when you were on any of these parcels?
Somewhere, yeah, permission from them.
I got, yeah, we got.
Okay.
I'd just like to recommend too, if you go to the Connor property, you need to go to both sides. You need to go up to Tebow Park and look at it from that side, and then you need to go up to the Horizon Drive and look at it on that side. And it doesn't hurt to go to the cemetery and look at where the ravine comes through. And think about stormwater running down there.
Thank you.
Great.
Do you have more questions?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Well, I applaud all of you for your time and effort over the summer. I guess this is a huge task and you took it so seriously, and I'm so thankful that you kept in mind what our house rules were and the reason behind this. And I'm really glad you went and did a site visit, and it's something that we did on a previous board of trustees that I really appreciated, was actually seeing things on the ground, like and really getting a good grasp or a good understanding of the challenges of certain properties. It's one thing to see a map, there's a whole other to see it for real. I'm really curious about recommendation number 9 in defining Lion's real housing goals and establishing metrics for future annexation and development. I think this is something that I would really want to dig into going forward. And I really appreciate Sunny speaking to how your perspective changed after the fire, because that was the question I was asking myself. And I can see here that there's a lot of reminders around wildfire mitigation, environmental factors, and blue line, etc. So I'm really thankful that we took the time to just press pause and let you dig deeper and really get. I really appreciate the 30,000 foot view, Martin. Thank you for that. So I don't have any more questions for now, but I will have some going forward.
On your comment on question 9, was it a question about understanding the recommendation?
No, I
Digging
just,
into the- Okay,
this is.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure. I figured as much. Just check.
Thank you. Trustee Hamrick?
I don't have any questions. Actually, no, seriously, thank y'all for letting me be part of the process. It was very educational. I think for a while I was questioning whether we would get to this or not. After a couple meetings, it was, I could see the frustration on everybody's face. So anyway, congratulations on getting this to a conclusion. And I'm happy I can at least start to announce my opinions on things, because I had to different. But which is hard to do, you know? Thank you all though very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I hope you saved your opinions.
I did.
He was amazing. You could not, I couldn't read his face at all.
Yeah, I know, try playing poker with
Poker,
her.
yeah.
Give me a few beers on that one.
I don't know if it's
So
that
noted.
great or what, but I.
Well, thank you.
He even did the road trips with us. He was fun.
I know, I've done road trips with them before too. So I, like everyone has expressed, this really, I think, exceeded all of our expectations. And we owe you a huge debt of gratitude for stepping up and willing to be part of a solution and working so very hard. I think we all here know what it's like to be in meetings where not everybody agrees and and I think when folks disagree, it leads to better decisions ultimately, although it may not be so much fun in the meantime. I do have one question, and that is, I read through the whole document, including all of the emails. And I noticed quite a few emails from folks on Apple Valley Road that made it seem like they think they can be annexed against their will. And I just want to be clear, that is not the case. That has never been the case. It is illegal to do that, and nor would we ever want to. So I'm curious about if anybody has any insight about why the folks on Apple Valley Road might think that they can be annexed against their will without first applying.
Yeah, a lot of it was, I don't think that's that's not exactly the way I would read their communication. There were certainly a few in there that kind of have this fear, but I think the overarching comments that were received were about more the rural lifestyle of the town and specifically their road. And very, very protective of maintaining that rural lifestyle. And I think there's a little bit of a feeling that it could be a tipping point. If one property went, then another property could go, then another property could go, and it becomes, and then somebody says, well, if that one got annexed, I'm just gonna move and let mine be annexed and cash out. I think there was sort of this general fear that something like that could invade. The plague could take over one parcel at a time.
Okay,
And I think that's where the fear comes from.
okay,
And the same,
that's good to know.
the same exists, I think, in some ways, or maybe very specifically in the exact same way in Steamboat Valley. I think you've heard it from some of the folks through the 5-acre rule discussions. I think you'll hear it ongoing, that this creep up the hill has people worried. And it really does, for all sorts of both emotional and health safety issues and just general lifestyle issues. I get it. I totally get it.
All right, thank you for that
Yeah.
clarification, that insight. That's helpful.
You know, only because we're talking about these other annexations, and this thing only comes around once every 10 years. That's the only reason people probably got feathers up there, you know what? Thinking about that over at Apple Valley, and I don't know how that ever came up, because no one in this group ever mentioned it, never thought about it, never even dreamed about it. So how they thought about it and talked about it over there, I have no idea, because no one in this group ever said a thing about it.
Well, it's just because it's on the map, not rural preservation.
And it has been.
So it has that potential
Yeah,
for
and
annexation. Right, so I think that's what it was.
Okay, well, thank you again all so much. As I said earlier, we have a discussion direction item later in the meeting that you do not feel like you need to stay up for it, because I don't anticipate that we're gonna have any substantive discussion about what's in this recommendation right now.
probably from this, you might have talked about Harlem, you might have talked about the field. Yeah, North Carolina, Apple Valley.
North Carolina, maybe.
Yeah, maybe North Carolina.
Yeah. So thank you all so very much. We really, I don't know quite how to express our gratitude except to invite you to more meetings later.
No racial hand.
Sorry.
Been on boards and commissions.
Oh, yeah, and if you enjoyed this experience or even did not, please consider applying for boards and commissions. So we appreciate you. Thank you very much. We're gonna move on to the next part of our workshop, which is budget, which you're welcome to stay for, or go get a celebratory cocktail or hamburger or something.
Yeah, hamburger.
Thanks.
I enjoyed being on.
You-
Talk to
Yeah.
She's
Family, I know.
Put
Oh, good, thank goodness.
it on there.
Cassie, so whenever we are resituated. We all have our food and drink if you want to, except you, sorry, you're not here to eat.
I
with
hope you
us.
do too.
Cookie boost.
We should have sent her a sandwich.
I'm good.
Okay.
Okay, so we are going to continue our capital discussions tonight. As you remember, we made it through all of the capital drafts with the exception of stormwater and parks and recreation. I am happy to revisit any of the other sections if anybody has anything that they would like to go over. But for now, I will share my screen and then we'll pull up the current draft that we have in the packet. Okay, so as you remember, the way that staff drafted this plan was prioritizing the 2025 budget by section or by fund, if you will. So for example, in the stormwater, as you see here, the top priorities are the 2nd and 3rd Avenue design with construction to follow. This was a project that was discussed last year as we considered adding sales tax increase to the ballot, which did pass. So this is one of the 3, I would say, larger projects on the capital list that are up for discussion. And I believe those are the only, that's the major one in the stormwater plan for stormwater. So we'll probably, if the board wanted to pursue it, of course, we'd have to discuss loans. Staff has searched out a few different grant opportunities in the last couple of years. Unfortunately, none of them, we haven't been awarded any of those grants. So this one is definitely up for discussion, and I'm happy to pause there if anybody would like to lead any discussion on that.
Trustee Browning?
What sidewalks, is that anticipated doing sidewalks if we did the 2nd and 3rd Avenue, that would also include the sidewalk? Is there an overlap here between that and the sidewalk? Dollars that are in here elsewhere?
Aaron, I
Right.
might have you pick that one up.
So yeah, I think it's a combination, looking at one, if we have grants for sidewalks. We have discussion on areas that needed roads to be done. You understand the talk before of not actually doing some of the north side because we were trying to figure out how to get stormwater in particular, potentially water and sewer, although there aren't big concerns for those here, but we don't want to do the roads and sidewalks and then have to dig things up. But looking at it, it looks like stormwater was discussed last year from doing the large projects that Icon mentioned of putting in 36-inch giant sewers underneath. I don't know what it was, $5 or $6 million versus the benefits from just putting in curb and gutter. And how much that we could get up to, say, the 10-year, maybe the 20-year storms and cover curb and gutter. 2nd and 3rd aren't going directly into the downtown areas. They do come into Main Street and Broadway where they can pass through and continue on with stormwater. So it was discussed that we could do the interceptor idea of curb and gutter for stormwater, which is a smaller project. And then we were also looking at the roads and planning, okay, so we need to do the road. Also, that's already something that needs to get done. So in going out for grants, trying to combine them, if we got one grant for stormwater, will the match come from the grant from the sidewalks, right? They might cover this portion, but you need to do something else. And so something else is we need to do sidewalk in addition to just curb and gutter, or usually you would do sidewalk at that time, so that's good stuff. And then also the paving, we don't have any set grants for paving, so if we had to pay for it, maybe we pay for the pavement and the rest of it, stormwater improvements, sidewalk comes from different grants, trying to combine all that.
I guess so, if, from reading all stuff, seemed like there was more immediate possibility of getting grants for sidewalks, and you talked about that.
Immediate, yeah.
Sidewalk.
Mhm.
To the extent we get sidewalk grants that, I don't know to what extent those cover the curbs that are along the sidewalk, could that reduce this amount, or what I'm trying to ask is this just streets and stormwater and sidewalks are separate, or is there? Would a grant in one area reduce the cost in the other areas?
So Dave Cosgrove's on here too, and that's part of his area.
But we do also have a grant in for the design that we're waiting just to see if it gets awarded, that was always here by the end of the year. So that may already get reduced by this stormwater grant. So there is one grant that I'm doing project. The sidewalk part, I haven't been involved in much.
Design grant, let's do this for second and third.
Yes. The design.
You know, we only picked one, right? And then we were also looking at loans and what we could do to go to CDPHE for loans on portion, either design or storm or construction.
Dave, did you want to add to that?
No, I don't have anything in particular to add. I think that is the gist of it, is how can we leverage our funds through these grants to get the most work done. And you know, that the SS4A grant for sidewalks, you know, in our discussions was, you know, I think Aaron hit it. You know, what will cover what and how can we cover more, I think is the gist of it.
Okay, thank you.
There's just so much.
I know.
Are there any other questions on stormwater?
Anybody? Oh, I don't think so, Cassie.
Okay, well, and another point that I think is really important, we have, you know, 3 large projects potentially to consider in the budget. And because we may need some more discussions on the wastewater or to know the decisions on the SS4A grant to figure out where we're moving forward for that, I think it's important to know that it's not like we have to make a decision with this initial original budget with where we're going to allocate, or if we are going to allocate this next budget year, any of that sales tax that was approved. We can always have further discussions, do further research, further prioritization for some of those larger projects, and amend the budget at any time should we decide to move forward with any of those, whether it be streets, sidewalk, and stormwater with a combination of grants, loans, and sales tax money, for example. So I think that that's just an important note to make, that just because this is in this draft budget doesn't mean we have to necessarily build it into these larger projects into the original budget without having all the information on all 3 large projects. So again, I think that's something, you know, the board can consider as well.
The 3 large projects are sidewalks, wastewater treatment plant, and potentially second, third avenue.
Yeah, and again, I guess streets as well, if you kind of want to consider streets in there too.
When you say stormwater and second and third avenue, I don't see how you could do one without the other. It's a combined. I think.
Yeah, so we did send the resident budget survey out with those projects in mind, just so that we could see what everybody's prioritizations would be in town. Yeah, we give them till the end of the month, so hopefully with more communication, we might get a little bit more participation in it, but
I'm sure we'll send out reminders too.
yes.
Cassie,
Oh, go ahead.
can I ask, just so I understand, so are we really just talking at this level of discussion, having placeholders for infrastructure projects?
Well,
And I asked that because I heard. I don't know enough about these different projects to understand and have to figure out how to prioritize. And there's lots of moving parts with grants and everything else, so that's where I struggle, because to me, it seems like if we had a quote strategic plan for different pieces, and maybe we do, just not all, for each piece of infrastructure, then
Yeah.
there's a logical order of events, and then it's a matter of how much money we can allocate to those programs. And that's where I guess I'm at a loss, don't understand what those are, and I'm just looking at
Sure.
numbers, trying to make sense of this.
Sure, so almost all of these do have strict plans in place, and we have based it on a mixture of what they say needs repaired as well as hearing from the public. What they want to see happen, so we do both, but sometimes, like, this SS4A grant. Before last year, we've never even heard of that, so once that came up, it was like, all right, well, if
Let's
we
go after
get
it.
that,
Sure.
if we can get, millions of dollars of sidewalks for 200,000, is that something we wanted?
Yeah, that one I understand, because I was here when we did
Okay.
that, but some of the,
Stormwater's
Yeah.
big, as you can see, there is over $20 million of projects that need done.
which not knowing, are we just scratching the surface on these, or are we actually gonna make some significant improvements, or?
Well, the staff in governmental accounting, we have to present to you by October 15th, a balanced budget. So at this point, we're letting you know what we see as needs and where staff would put them. You guys can change where you want these at any time. This is just what the staff, upon what we have looked at with our projects and with how much money we have to work with,
Okay.
what we think we can get done.
Thank you.
Yeah. So you can certainly, if you think that, Lion Valley South Ditch is more important, you guys can put it in 25, but this is the order by the plans that are out there and by what we have available right now to do.
And I understand, I think it's for a strategic plan aspect, it is. We haven't had a full one, I think, that really combines all the different utilities and then says, okay, now this is the best. Done by a separate entity. We've done it, I've done a bit now, combining that. The Utility and Engineering Board has spent the last couple of years with new studies coming up, trying to digest and combine them. But even then, it's, okay, this is the top priority, but that's like fourth and fifth in the $13 million project for Steamboat Valley drainage. Well, we can't get there right now. So then we move down, what's the next one that's a priority? And then combining it with the priorities, okay, the road has also been a priority. We're not gonna do fifth. We still have things to do underneath. So I think what we have done is not specifically a strategic plan, but working through the plans to say, this is the one that combines all the highest level in each area that we can get, and then combines them and say, okay, and now we even have grants that potentially can work with each other, that we can help leverage funds to get the most benefit for the highest level at this particular time in the whole matrix.
Okay. And I appreciate that. I mean, I trust the experts here versus trying to come up to speed on the different infrastructure projects and trying to make sense of it all.
It's just so much, yeah.
So, okay, thank you.
I got a question about the biggest item you just mentioned under the stormwater thing. I know it's something the ED has looked at for years, and that's the steamboat drainage, which another way to look at it is flood risk downtown. That's where it ends up. Besides the 8 million, 13 million, whatever it is, redo it the way it ought to be done. Is there any kind of a lesser inclusive option that involves basically cleaning out, shoring up what we've got there now? Has that been looked at in terms of whether that would be worth the effort?
There was more, didn't hear too much about trying to, well, the big project is actually trying to redo the actual flagstone culvert underneath. That's what would be the most expensive because of its cost. They feel we need to go out and get potentially proper easements, right? Most of it's just prescriptive easement, there's nothing specific there, it just ran through town, someone built a house on it, so it's got the easement for being there. There are other options of potentially detention up at the top, trying to build more detention, but that's really outside of town. And for the last year or two, with some of the talk of annexation, again, we've been waiting to see where that goes, because I really think we could have had the Boone parcel put up $1 million or $2 million and put in a storm drain all the way down Fifth and take care of that half of the stormwater. So there are options out there with other annexations to get developers to put up part of it. If you're gonna make $5 million, you can put up 25% of that to the town in infrastructure projects. I don't know how realistic, but I've seen some, and we've gotten some smaller items done, $1 million projects, potentially $100,000 projects with other development going on. So looking at those options, it would be trying to put in actual stormwater both on Fourth and Fifth piping underneath. But that's a lot of work also getting in there, and it hasn't been fit together exactly how you would do that. You still have what's coming down from up above, and then you're just preventing what's coming in from the side. So a lot of it's coming up from Steamboat Valley outside of town. And then you have other things where Long Peak, I guess that hits third more, but slightly above it where they were talking about the Connor culvert does come in, and that goes down into that. Maybe you take drainage off of that on Fourth. The upper Fifth area also has a lot of drainage that comes down and goes down McCall Alley, and you could take drainage off of it and put it down Fifth. So there are other options out there that haven't all been pieced together.
I guess I was asking more, maybe it's not of upsizing culverts, clearing out trees, doing.
So that would be more the
That
option.
been looked at. I know it's a stopgap, but those two would be
So
better.
that could be an option if we have retention ponds up on this Walters parcel and the Carpenter parcel. If we had detention, it would hold it so that our current would be better. But it's still, I mean, we have to face the fact that the red stone culvert underneath Fourth and between Fourth and Fifth will fail. I mean, it's over 100 years old already. So, I mean, we need to plan for that at some point. If you open it, then you're gonna put in real pipe, or you're gonna, but it's very, I think it's possible you could clean out what we currently have if you have a good retention. If you go to that stormwater master plan, we do it by year of storm. So in a 1-year event, absolutely. 5-year event, absolutely. But when you get up in the 20-year, 50-year, 100-year, probably. And that's why that one, $8 million is based on what numbers from 5 years ago now. It is going to have to take some form of a grant, probably a mitigation grant.
Right here behind Broadway, it shrinks down to a 36-inch culvert at the bottom. So we would have to,
That's
you have
why
a big
retention,
4x4. You would have to expand it more than just clean it.
Big one. We could probably have a whole workshop on stormwater again, if that's something.
At least one.
Yeah.
I could use a little clarification around the Apple Valley water line replacement, just because I don't see them as town residents. I'm assuming they're clients of the water. I mean, I'm trying to understand.
Well, that's where we get our water. If that fails, our tank doesn't bring water into town.
So our water storage tank is way up at the top of Apple Valley. Okay, so to get water to our town residents as well as Apple Valley residents, it has to come down this pipe, and it's the original pipe that was put in
Yeah, different variants.
30-40 years ago.
Yeah, I've heard 50.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so there's some school of thought of, should we replace it before it fails? Or do we right now do stopgap measures when it happens? And, some folks are without water for years.
So this water line benefits town residents and Apple Valley residents. And do they pay a water fee?
It's Apple Valley?
Yes.
When we put that line in up to the tank, they were all given the option, because normally we don't allow people outside town limits to hook onto our water. They were given the option of, you can tap into this if you give us an easement across your property. So they do, and they pay double monthly rate for water that we do.
Okay. Okay.
The thing
But
about
it's
that-
not everyone on Apple Valley, just those along the line.
The important thing about that though is if that water line fails, it doesn't just affect them, it affects.
It affects
the
the
rest of
whole
the town.
Yeah.
And it does cost money. Not huge, but yeah. Couple dollars, 1,000 gallons. 500,000 gallons, we're paying Longmont for all that money, all that water that. Saw my picture, was shooting out of the ground. So. That is.
That's what that
actual
project
cost. The loss.
All right, what's next?
Parks and recreation. So this column features a lot of repair, maintenance, replacement items that are prioritized by staff, with the top item being the small equipment conversion of gas to electric. Dave Cosgrove is on as well, so he can talk a little bit about this. We did convert some mowers last year to electric with help of a grant. So I think we'll probably still look to see if we can get some grants. I don't know, Dave, if you know if those are available, but eventually that's going to be, that is a state requirement. So what we're trying to do is slowly kind of phase those conversions in, so that we're not replacing all at once, and then upon time to replace them again, we don't have to replace them all at once. It's just kind of an asset management practice. And then Dave, I can let you hop on and talk about any of your other priorities. I think these were also reviewed by the Parks Commission as well. And I believe they echoed similar priorities as Dave has.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions or get into more detail with any of them. We did place them in a priority for the year, in case we have to balance budget, or if, the board doesn't see any of them as a priority. Again, as Cassie mentioned, a lot of these are just replacement or maintenance items as we, see. Believe it or not, the park's aging. Our first replacement park is now going to be 11 years old. And the first one, as she mentioned, is a state mandate. The state is requiring all lawn and garden equipment for government entities that is 10 horsepower or less to be converted to electric starting next year. And, I think we talked a little bit about this when Aaron was talking about electric. That also is going to require some electrification, discussion about how we're actually going to be able to plug in and be able to have the capacity to charge these things overnight. A lot of these are just weed eaters, chainsaws, leaf blowers, all lawn and garden equipment. And through the months of, I believe it's April through August, we won't be able to use that equipment unless it's electric. Larger equipment, 25 horsepower or less, which means our mowers will go into effect the following couple of years. So that's what that is for. Fencing is starting to fail, primarily in the dog park and dirt jump park and a little bit in Laverne Johnson Park. So we're starting to put some money in there to replace fencing and stain fencing. The next item, stream bank restoration in Laverne Johnson Park. A couple of years ago, we did have higher than average flows, and we had a couple bank undercuts that need to be restored. And right now, Justin Doles, town engineer, is helping me to work with the Army Corps to look at how we can restore and replace those areas. We have one pedestrian bridge left that has not been attended to either after the flood or otherwise. It's the pedestrian bridge along the St. Vrain Trail that parallels Highway 36. And it was originally built in the late 90s, from what I can tell. And the decking on it really does need to be attended to. And the trash cans, which get extreme amount of use, are starting to rust out and just need some replacement. And they're about $1,800 a piece. And so we're just allotting to replace about 14 to 16 of them that are in the worst shape. And we are in need of a new utility trailer to transport heavy equipment when it needs to be repaired. We purchased a couple of golf carts with that money. It was actually in this year's budget. And then the last one came from comments from park users and also our Parks and Rec coordinator that some additional shade at the ball fields for those that are watching ball games, and then also people who rent the Riverside picnic area, which is the circular picnic area in Bone Park, could use some more shade. And so we're looking into the shade type structures that are on the west side of the library and how we might purchase some of those and install them at those locations.
Questions for Director Cosgrove or?
Yeah, Dave, looking a little further down the line, what is the confluence parcel upgrades? What is that? Is that the Dr. Bob properties?
That is correct. Those are looking into some of the prioritized upgrades that came through the public process through that planning. Yes.
So you're going to what, bulldoze Trustee Delman's orchard and put up a basketball court, I hear?
No, it falls in line with the plans that were in that plan and the estimates that were in there. So things like outdoor classrooms, and I think there were several other things that were conceptualized. Can't think of all of them off the top of my head, but trails. Yep. Naturalizing some of the other areas. I think there were stepping stones to get across the river in certain areas, things like that.
And the storage facility building?
Yeah.
That I see for in town and Bone Park. So is that a building that would be similar to the one we have now out of the ball fields to hold all the lime and mowers and whatnot? Or would it be improving this building over here that you guys used to own?
Well, right now it's kind of a combination, more like our buildings. I guess visually it would be more like our buildings out, our new parks and public works facilities buildings. But I think, looking into the future, maybe we would want to incorporate solar and also look at how that building could facilitate, being able to support, charging new electric mowers and charging these new smaller pieces of equipment, and how we could accommodate that sort of thing.
So it's a combination of storage for parks, so we don't have to trailer it in.
Right.
And potentially maybe a little area if we want to do kind of, this is it Bone Park Phase 3? That this is in storage?
Well, it could be. It just, we don't really have, we've never really planned it right now. We just have worked on some old numbers we had for a certain square footage, like a 25 square foot metal building that's similar to the one we built out, like our office building. We'd have to do a little more work to see what this is, but the footprint would fit to the south of the sport courts, or where a new sport court might fit, and the existing sport court.
Go ahead, Jen.
Okay, so this leads me to a question around the brown building next door. Is the plan here to like empty that building and move things to this new one? Is that the plan? So that we could plan another use for this building?
Yes.
Or-
Yeah,
Great.
a couple of years ago, we thought that that building wouldn't be available. So we were starting to make plans that we wouldn't have that building available to us any longer.
So that would be a decision the board would need to make is, do you want to put more money into this building? It's really getting pretty bad this last year or two. Or go after a GoCo grant or something, build this storage building and move things so that this could be used for something.
Well, I've got some ideas.
So I have a question about the cameras. Did we expend those
That's this
funds?
year.
That's this year. Has-
Yeah, it's going out for RFP right now.
Okay, so we anticipate that we'll get that done by the end of the year?
Yep.
Great.
At least first round of cameras.
And just to clarify, these items that are here under the 2025 budget, those were the order of priorities that the PRC recommended. Is that right?
That's the PRC liaison.
They had their initial discussion at their meeting last month, and they're going to finalize their discussion at their September meeting.
Okay.
And somebody remind me of the deadline for commissions to get their budget requests in.
Sure. Cassie, could you review the schedule for boards and commissions to get their items in?
Yes, I believe it is, and I'd have to just double check, but I think it's the 13th
Well, that's next week,
of September.
No, that's
10 days.
10 days.
Okay.
If you need a couple more, let us know. Okay. If you're, meeting the next Monday or something.
All right, any other feedback on the priorities for capital plan as of now? Okay. Do we want to move on to staffing?
Yes. A couple of things. We didn't really know how much time we would have to get into staffing, but a few things that I want to touch on are some of the anticipated increases for some of our contractual staffing, if you will. We do have a sheriff increase. As some of you might remember from last year, they came in with quite a hefty increase, and we asked them to phase it in a little bit. So they did. And this year we're looking at an increase in their budget, approximately $133,000 for 2025. So as you may recall, we had a pretty large increase in 2024 as well. So that's just one kind of contractual staffing measure that I want to make you aware of, and we'll have more specifics on what that is involving in one of our future budget workshops. Additionally, one of the other contractual items that we did go out for RFP for, and the board did approve a 6-month contractual agreement was for building inspection services. That did increase considerably. So right now we're on a 6-month extension, but what it is looking like for 2025 is that we would be paying a minimum of $90,000 for building inspection services, which is equal, and it would be for 1 day per week of building inspection services for $90,000. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because we do have an available empty FTE, if you will, from just reorganizations that have happened with code and some other internal reorganizations that we've done, that we could consider bringing in building inspection and code as a potential full-time FTE if that is something that the board wanted to consider. I do have an FTE chart that I'm going to be including in the budget document this year, and I'll share it just initially right now with you. It's probably going to have a lot more detail than you'll be able to read up on the screen, but I'm happy to also email that out, and it will be included as a part of your budget document when we get into the draft budget document. So I'm just going to drag it
While
over
you're
here.
doing that, Kathy, so I have a question. You said there's potential to combine code and building inspection. Right now, we have a combo planner and code. So would this be the same person, a new person, like?
No, we would probably, I mean, you know, till we talked to you, we haven't gone very
Sure.
far in it, but our planner one that we have has a very strong interest in picking up sustainability, which has, we have not had any staffing toward it all for years.
Yeah.
Sustainability, ecology, and actually has a strong interest in wildfire too. So I don't know, it could just change, you know, areas where we have just staff attending a commission meeting now and then instead of an actively working staff member on some of those things. So that's if we could find someone who did building inspection and code.
Yeah.
But I'm having a difficult time thinking 90,000 a year for building inspector, and most of it would be virtual and only
For 1 day. a
Two-
week.
2 half days or 1 day.
They talk 2 half days.
2 half days a week, they would come to town.
2
and
half
take
days a week for $90,000 a year.
I'm having
I
a
would like
really
that job.
tough time with that.
Yeah.
And I have, just so you guys know, I have reached out to Boulder County to see if there's some way we could contract with them, because they're already coming out and doing Apple Valley and Lions Valley Estates. So I have written twice to them about that possibility. I talked to Longmont, and he said, we can't keep up enough with the type of growth we're having. We don't have extras right now. If we did, we'd be happy to work with you. And then I also reached out to Boulder County does provide it for Ned as well, but they don't for us. So I thought that might be a good option.
Yeah.
But we'd have to see what kind of contract that would look like. And then there was one other one I looked at. Oh, we went out for bid, of course, and only one person bid back. And the feedback we got from others is it is just not worth the commute time to drive to Lyons to take care of one small building permit possibly. Now, if the hotel gets going or a housing development or the Tebow annexation, it might be more worthwhile. But basically, as you know, from our last meeting when we approved the building permit, they're saying it would be 2 half days a week, and if they have to come in between those dates, it would be
Well, I think it's.
200
there's
an
A
hour.
little bit more to it.
200 an hour. Okay.
So 90K,
90,000
90K
is only
is the minimum.
minimum night.
But that's because the 70%, if we had enough building permits, right, that would cover, they put a floor on it. We can't do this for just the 70% time frame for, they get 70% of our building permit fee and we keep the rest. One is looking at raising fees, which we are looking at. Our building permit fee itself is not terribly high compared to others, but then we have a lot of other fees and taxes and things added in there. So that all comes to us or goes to Boulder County for the recycling tax or our park tax and things like that versus the building permit portion itself, which they get 70%. So they said, you know, if we make more than, you'd have to reverse it. I don't have it in front of me, but right at $10,000, that means they get $7,000, right? So if we had $20,000 worth of permits in a month, they would get $14,000. We wouldn't have to worry. They've just said we have to have a minimum amount regardless. So if we do enough permits that they get $6,000, that still doesn't cover them coming in any day of the week, no matter what, when they come. So if we follow this route that we're doing for the 6 months, then it would be this limited number They wanted $9,000 a month or $108,000 a year. And then it would continue as it has now. They come in any day of the week, the next day within 24 hours for the inspection. And again, if we actually had that much in building permits, we would be okay, but we know we're not, even with one big project like the hotel, we're not.
Okay,
Cover that.
all right, and we'll have time to get into the details about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I think, Cassie, if you could enlarge your screen just a hair and maybe, Marie, if you could even pull this a little further for the board to see, since this is their first time from this side. Yeah,
Yeah, great.
a little more even. Thank you. She has this kind of by areas like departments. So you're starting at the top. There you go. There was a
Yeah, so
request to see what our FTEs have been over the past few years. Go ahead,
And-
Cass.
Yeah, so what this does is breaks it down by position. And keep in mind, sometimes we have a little bit of reorganization. Like, for example, we didn't have an admin clerk here, but we had a payroll accounts payable. So we switch position names with certain hires, so that some of them are used interchangeably. But what you'll see is this will be broken into kind of sections. So this first section is the admin section. And then with the next section being utilities and billing. And I'm happy to email this again with some notes off to the side with where we've contracted in the past. Like, for example, we used to contract out a lot of our engineering on-call work with a contract of $200,000 a year. We've since brought that in-house, and we have Justin Doles now, and have saved a significant amount of money just in professional service fees throughout the different departments. So the highlighted one here is where we could potentially combine, building inspection and code, if that's something that the board is interested in, versus contracting that out. And then we would no longer be sharing the revenue. So not only would we be keeping 100% of the building permit fees, then we would also, of course, then we would also be paying salary and benefits for a position. But what this boils down to is, in the end, here's the total FTE count for the town through the various years. And, you can go back and see what positions change. Like, for example, we got rid of a maintenance worker in 2021 versus 2022, and just things like that. It just allows you to kind of track it better, which I also like, because I will say, going back to the years prior to my time here, it was a little tricky to go through old budget documents to get this information. So if we have this information and we can maintain it going forward, then we can kind of track our annual FTE count for the town. Another point is that seasonal positions, so our temporary park workers, our camp hosts, things like that, are not included in FTE count, so they don't appear in this analysis. That's a very common practice. FTE is full-time equivalent, so we do include some of our part-times in this as well. So I kind of just wanted to show that to just get everybody, talking. If there's concerns about staffing, that we can discuss those ahead of time. Right now it is looking, CPI is looking approximately 3%. We're not going out for a salary study this year. We did that last year. So I anticipate proposing approximately 3% increase in salaries. It is pretty common with what I'm seeing around the state. Most are ranging from anywhere from 3 to 6 for increases. So again, that's also up for discussion as we're looking at balancing the budget as well.
Thank you
any
so much.
questions? Yeah.
So she's gonna send this to you to look at closer.
Okay.
So the only recommendations we're proposing right now in staffing would be to really look closely at this building code. And do we think we can hire one, first of all, because we know that's very difficult. Especially if they have to commute into town, you know, a lot of people then they want more money or don't want to work 5 days a week or whatever. So we are recommending that. And the only other change, well, she told you about COLA. The only other change was we do have an admin person out front. That is currently working 32 hours. And we'd like to see what it does to the budget if we make them full-time. So that we have full coverage. We are just finding, when you have a small staff like this on any given day, I don't have very much admin support and I really could use more.
Yeah.
But if we can afford that, because then that kicks in benefits, we would like to consider that. But other than that, I think what you can see is, you know, numbers have remained pretty steady for the last 6 years.
Pretty fun.
And
Yeah.
the big change is when we contract versus have staff. And when you get this, those are all off to the side. So you can evaluate that a little bit more yourself. Ask questions to Cassie if you want a reminder, because it is hard to remember but why we did something back when. But Cassie spent a lot of time on this and we talked through it and we were able to identify everyone, so we do know those answers. But that's really, and then going with a 3% COLA, because those years that we have the asterisks were salary study years, and we did a bigger jump than just the COLA that year to adjust people into the range.
Are we still doing the, I don't know what we call it, we started it when we had the extra money, the,
Merit?
merit at the end of the year, bonus, right?
Yeah, we put in, was it $10,000, Cassie?
Yeah, and it was at your discretion.
Yeah, it was at my discretion, it was 10,000 and I can use that above and beyond the COLA if someone is having an exceptional year.
Has that been steady? Because remember the first time we did it, it was because we had like $23,000 or $25,000 left over in your
We had
suggestion.
salary savings, yeah.
Yeah.
Your suggestion was.
Oh,
we
yeah,
give
with
it up.
salary savings.
I thought that was gonna be a one-timer.
Oh,
I
the
didn't-
last board did it as well.
Yeah, we decided to not make it a one-time deal.
Okay, that's fine, that's
Yeah.
fine with me. So when we see these, employee numbers, are we gonna see loaded numbers? In other words, loaded with the cost of insurance, workers' comp?
We started
Total
here
compensation.
because, like Cassie said, it was hard enough just to get to this part on that. We can certainly do that for the year she's been here, I think. Cassie, how much time do you think it would take to do all that for these 6 years?
Or is that what you're asking for?
Yeah, so
Well-
if somebody make 50,000 a year, we
We
know
can
that
take-
in actuality, we're paying them 83,000
Oh,
once we
sure.
pay their
Yeah,
insurance.
Well, we could, the percentage. of
I can do it as a
benefits.
total,
That'd be-
not by position. I can do it as a total for all the full-time employees. I'm trying to think. Some of our account numbers are combined. But I can see what I can do. I can do total salaries plus total benefits plus retirement.
Yeah. That'll be helpful.
On a
can try
budgeted
it.
level. Yeah, you'd want to
Yeah,
do it
I
on a
remember.
budgeted level because not an actual because of salary savings.
Immediately.
Well,
Well,
now
you
you
don't
don't
think-
track it like that.
Yeah, I know, but it's kind of weird. the way the
Well, we have,
tax-
that's what she's saying. We have a total amount we pay to, you know, the health insurance company every year. I mean, we can use that number.
Right.
No, I would use
I
the
would-
budget numbers. I would go back and see what we budgeted because what we budget is essentially what we would have to rebudget every year. You don't want to use actuals in a case like this because you have years with lots of vacancy savings or, you know, maybe somebody was
Yeah, but if you're
single and then you
single-
hired a family, and then your
Kids, if we-
insurance goes up significantly. So you'd have to use budgeted numbers.
It's as close, so we know the real cost.
So you want to see that, the actual financial numbers associated?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we can,
Yeah,
we can
we
work
can
on
do
that.
Dave, did
Um,
you have something?
I was just gonna ask about the inspection services. So it probably makes sense economically to do that, but I wonder, can one person cover all the trades? and all the nuances of each one. Seems like a lot of ground.
Well,
And that's where I'm looking back, like at Charles Abbott, and
yeah,
they probably have a bunch of different inspectors.
we have the
depending if
same
it's
inspector,
electrical
and
or-
they contract just electric. That's it.
We really have two inspectors opposed to that, but we have one, and you can get ones though that have the electric also. Potentially, I think that's the big one. Separated out, just electric.
And the one they use lives here in town, so maybe it'll work for us.
Right?
Oh,
He's 78 years old.
Yeah, I know.
oh.
He's gonna keep it.
Question on it, this starts in 2020, had the extra temporary staffing that we did after the flood, it pretty much phased out by 2020.
Tracy is still on this chart,
Yeah.
but everybody else is not.
Yeah, that was my first year on the board as a trustee. All that.
Yeah,
So,
she's
you
the
know,
only
we
one
actually-
included on this.
We actually had fewer FTs than we did in 2020.
Yeah, we have fewer than we had in 2016 by far.
So
So
that,
Yeah.
because that 2016, they kind of phased out as the.
you know, the other thing, if we do a column, if we do a row, I guess, of monetary equivalent of this each year, do you want a row then of what we spent on those contractors that filled those positions on the opposite years? So you have a total amount, because you have to
Thank
see
you.
that.
Need to.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Yeah.
I mean, versus
Yeah.
over on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it gives
Well,
more
let's-
of an apples to apples comparison for when we brought those contractors in-house. I can do that.
Great. Okay, well, we're at the end of our workshop time. We'll make sure we get a break before the meeting starts.
No, why?
So thank you, Director Eyestone, as always.
You're welcome.
Oh, thank you.
And then we'll send an updated one when we have the other numbers.
Thank you. How's that sound? Thank you. Welcome, thank you. I'm not much of a gavel banger, so I'm not doing the gavel unless I need to. So thank you for coming. We are going to call the Tuesday, September 3rd Board of Trustees meeting to order. Can we have a roll call, please?
Mayor Rogan,
Present?
Mayor Pro Tem Williams,
Present?
Trustee Hamrick,
Present.
Trustee Daddy,
Present.
Trustee Lowell,
Present.
Trustee Browning,
Present?
and Trustee Delman.
Please rise for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
You might get more.
I'll read our land acknowledgement, then we will take a reflective moment of silence. I know everybody's keeping in mind Clerk Vasquez and her family, and so just sending them good thoughts. We must acknowledge with respect as non-native people that the land on which we stand, live, and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. Thank you, everybody. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second? Anyone like to make any amendments to the agenda?
Yes. If it's appropriate to do it at this time, I would like to move to continue the items under Roman numeral 6 relating to the Tebow annexation to the October 7th meeting.
Attorney Gibbon, is that appropriate to do now or later?
I would wait till we get to that item to do it. I mean, this is to move agenda items, not to continue things, which is more of a more meritorious motion. So I'd ask we'd wait till we get to that item to do it.
I just wanted to mention, I'll make that motion and we'll get there, that those items are not likely to be taken up tonight for some reasons in the municipal code. If anybody's here for that, there will be a motion made to continue.
Thank you.
Yeah. And would you like me to expand on that for those present or anything? I mean, I'm happy to do that.
If you could, yeah, if you can do it briefly, I think so.
Yeah, I'm just gonna briefly address. I'm gonna restate it in greater detail when we get to those items, but essentially the municipal code in Lyons requires that the annexation agreement, the zoning and the annexation itself all be done at the same time. Right now, there is not an annexation agreement before the Board of Trustees. We've been diligently working on some of the final issues in the annexation agreement. And in addition, the code also requires that annexation agreement be completed 2 weeks prior to the final public hearing on the annexation. So in order to comply with all those timelines, we need to continue the annexation hearing, which is a common practice in Colorado. We're under very strict timelines to get the annexation process started. But once we've done our hour of testimony, which we did last week, our last meeting, we're allowed to continue that until we get all the other items kind of synced up. So that's why staff will be requesting that these items be continued.
Thank you very much. Okay. Anyone else? We'll vote on agenda approval.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay. So now is time for audience business. I believe that you have a sign up sheet, and because there are over 10 people on the sign up sheet, everybody's going to get 3 minutes. So if you haven't been here before, the way it works is you come up, once the clerk calls your name, you'll come on up to the podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board. We request that you speak only about business related to the town of Lyons, and that you address the entire board and one person, and not just one person. So, who is first on the list? Oh, I'm sorry. And then after everybody makes their comments, the board will have an opportunity to respond, and then staff will have an opportunity to respond. But we do that after everybody has made their comments. Okay? Okay,
First is Kay Sparks, followed by Grace Simonson.
I believe there's someone on your list who has a time constraint, so it's okay. Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Kay Sparks. I live at 2169 Apple Valley Road. I'm here in my role as the chair of the Housing and Human Services Commission. I will read what our statement is to you, and then I have a hard copy for each of you. Part of the mission of the Housing and Human Services Commission is to, quote, provide coordination and communication in an effort to assess and fill the gaps in human service provision and identify unmet needs in the Lyons and Greater Lyons area, unquote. The HHSC has become aware of significant issues, including tenant reports of harassment and intimidation related to communication between the residents and management / owners of Lyons Valley townhomes. We believe that bringing this to the attention of the Board of Trustees fits within the mission outlined above. Part of the conflict appears to be the needs of some residents are unmet as a direct or indirect result of miscommunication between the parties. For example, at least one resident has a need for ADA modifications that, so far, have not been completed in their unit. The residents of Lyons Valley townhomes have expressed recognition of the importance of improving their working relationship with ownership and management. Both HHSC and the residents of LVT believe that effective, timely, and respectful communication are essential for achieving this. More effective communication could have prevented much tension among residents, management, and ownership. To this end, we believe it is appropriate to ask Highland Property Management and Summit Housing Group to routinely participate in transparent and cooperative dialogue with residents. We encourage them to ensure that resident safety, security, and stability are prioritized. Updates are shared in a timely manner, concerns are processed promptly, and solutions are developed collaboratively. Ultimately, we aim to build a stronger sense of team that can enhance the quality of our whole community and provide a positive environment the whole community can celebrate. Thank you.
thank you very much.
Please, you guys, can you do that, you guys?
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello. Correct.
My name is Grace Simonson. I live at 605 Lively Court. I am here tonight as a representative of the newly formed Lyons Valley Townhomes Tenant Union. Residents of the Lyons Valley Townhomes neighborhood have formed a tenant union to collectively organize and approach management as a united front. We are seeking tenant housing stability, transparent communication, and tenant-landlord relations built on partnership and respect. The Lyons Valley Townhomes are a one-of-a-kind housing project with one-of-a-kind residents. And we would like to take this opportunity to express gratitude and thanks for town staff, elected officials, and volunteers who have spent the last decade working to bring those displaced by the flood and those longing for an opportunity to move to Lyons home. Your efforts were worth it, and we're here, and we cannot thank you enough. Our tenant union would like to continue efforts to ensure the Lyons Valley Townhomes neighborhood remains, like the town itself, quirky, healthy, and whole. We're asking for your acknowledgement and support as we work to better understand and refine the expectations of management and other funding partners involved in the LBT community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Natasha, followed by, Bubbles.
I timed my right up 4 minutes. All right. Hello, my name is Natasha Deathridge. I live at 414 Carter Drive in Lyons Valley Townhomes. I feel like it was important for my story to be heard tonight. I want to thank you all for allowing me the time to speak.
It has taken 7 years for my family and I to return to Lyons. In that 7 years, we lived in 5 different homes. All I've ever wanted for my children is stability and a safe place that they can call home, growing up next to their school and being surrounded by their friends. I am beyond grateful and blessed that we have ended up there. I truly feel it is bringing me out of a 7-year-long depression. And I've made a beautiful connection with my fellow neighbors. In my 6 months of living here, it hasn't always felt the most comfortable with the management. I have had 4 violations of my lease that have threatened eviction. I have been accused of situations that were not true and that I did not do. Out of the 4, I would like to share an example of one of them. This particular situation, I have been living in my house for a little over a month, and the management that I had signed my lease with were no longer there. And the new management just took over a couple days prior to this. I was inside my house when I was watching a blue car I didn't recognize slowly approach the front of my house. He stopped and barely held his phone up, just enough to pass the window in a sneaky way to take a photo of my car. Let's take a photo of my car. I guess I'll just try to tell the story. Basically, I didn't really worry too much of that because I had a flat tire that I was taking care of that Friday. It wasn't until he came back and was sneaking very slowly back down and was taking pictures of my neighbor. And so I decided to go out and I approached the man and with a smile on my face, I was very kind and said, "Can I help you? I noticed you're taking a lot of photos." And he very kindly told me who he was. He was with Cooper, and he was overlooking the property and the condition of the property and the construction. And he gave me his business card. I thanked him, and I just told him that thank you for your business card because there's a lot of single moms who live on our street, and I was just making sure you weren't a creeper. And he laughed, we smiled, and we told each other to have a nice day. A few days later, I got a notice on my door that was a violation of my lease, and it it had read that I had 10 days to deliver up and vacate or comply with my lease that I violated. Failing to do so will lead to legal eviction proceedings. So on 5/15/2024, you verbally harassed an employee of Summit Housing Group by calling him a creep, questioning and badgering him as to why he was on the premises. I called the management, and luckily she allowed me to tell my side of the story, and she responded with that. The email did not say that I was very hostile and that I was confrontational and called the guy a creep. I explained it was a huge misunderstanding and got completely twisted around. The reason I approached him was more of a safety concern. My manager thanked me for telling my side of the story, and then I suggested that we get notified if someone is going to be taking photos, and that the management should have some sort of magnet that they can put on the cars that I identify as them as management. Thank you for allowing me to bring this to your attention, how the management at Lyons Valley Townhomes handles their communication with their tenants.
Thank you very much, Natasha. Hi, I'm Bubbles Mangan. I live at 501 Carter Court. First of all, I just want to say how honored I am to call Lyons home. Since the moment I stepped foot in this town 5 years ago, I knew it was exactly what I was looking for. I've spent all of my energy since then building business, friendships, and community here, hoping that one day we would be able to find a way to afford something in or near town. This project in Lyons Valley Townhomes was the ultimate culmination of that energy, and we are eternally grateful for the efforts of this town, this board of trustees,
of the Housing and Human Services Committee, and of all the unnamed supporters for bringing this opportunity to so many of us that wouldn't be able to afford to live in Lyons otherwise. My partner and I were one of the first to move into the Lyons Valley Townhome community, and then because of many building and permitting delays, we were one of only 3 houses filled for many, many months. We began to see the ways in which Highland Property Management was not taking responsibility for the problems arising, short-staffed and incapable of managing maintenance requests efficiently, and most of the time completely inept at even responding to our calls or emails. And this was just a few months into a brand new build. Nevertheless, we were really here for the community. My partner and I could feel that this land was calling in epic human beings, and it has certainly not fallen short, as you can see from the turnout today. So we eagerly awaited our new neighbors as we built amazing friendships with the 3 of us that had already moved in. And in the meantime, I thought I could be of some assistance to Highland Property Management and at least managing their phone calls and being a human face that new neighbors could reach out to when they needed to be heard or acknowledged. This was my favorite time living here. Highland Property Management hired me. I was working in the newly opened office, manning all the calls and emails of the new neighbors slowly moving in, getting to know everyone in the process, and feeling like I was really helping property management and community. Many of you know Kai and I, and what we are up to as human beings, and that we strive to create community spaces that are free, inclusive, and creative. Our primary objective always is to create sacred connections, resolve conflict peacefully, and to co-create life together. This has and always will be our objective with neighbors and property management alike. We feel that this property management company has not made efforts to meet us in this healthy communication, and we are here collectively to hopefully move towards that. Highland has been quick to blame the previous property manager for their shortcomings. However, it has been our experience that not much has changed since the many months of her termination. And if anything, the language, tone, and energy between tenants and property management has only become more hostile in her absence. We are currently in litigation with Highland Property Management, so I can't say too much around that process in particular. However, I can say the facts, which are that we were accused of smoking marijuana in a unit, which is blatantly untrue. We have ample evidence that they are retaliating against us for creating tenant conversations like this one. We have met several times in efforts to bridge a gap between Paul Capps, the CEO, and the tenants to no avail. Paul Capps has said in an open tenant meeting not to talk to each other, not to talk to Holly or Victoria or the town, to only talk to them. And we know that we have the right to bring to our own town and neighbors the problems at hand. We all deserve to live peacefully, to feel safe in our homes, to have healthy and efficient communication with our landlord, to have attentive care in our maintenance needs, and to be treated with respect and dignity. Thank you for listening to all of us and showing your care to our need for your support. We all love you and we feel loved by you. Thank you.
Sonny Smith, followed by Steve Sims.
You're up, Sunny. Sunny, you're next.
I don't have to read all it, I'll just say who he is. Hi, I'm Sonny Smith, and I love Lyons. I live at 405 Carter Drive. And I moved in January. I've been a Lyons resident for over 14 years. I lived up the canyon, down the canyon, came back before the flood, lost everything in the flood. I'll tell you what, I love Lyons, and I know a lot of people in Lyons love me. And I came back over the Lyons and because I was out of town for about 1.5 years because of a lot of surgeries I had to go through, so I needed to be on one level. And when they were building the townhomes, I couldn't wait to come back because I knew they were going to build them and have some buildings, a building that was handicap accessible, and they were going to be, and they doing some things, and the Lyons townhome promised me so many things. Well, they didn't all come through fruition, and sorry. And since I've been there January, I've had some major problems with them, and I've tried to get through with them and to them, and I'm still having issues, which is sad. I'm trying to work through them, and I'm trying to talk to them. And the way that Highland Property Management, and I'm not going to speak solely for myself, but I'm speaking for a whole and as a group. the way they've been treating and bombarding people there as a group at the townhomes has been not really healthy and not making things happy for people. And it's been uncomfortable. They're making people feel like they have to walk on rice paper over there, including myself. And it's not been fair to people. And it's not been fair the way people, they have children over there. It's, you know, there are people driving up and down the street with, you know, with speed that they're not, should be. They torn up people's lawns and grass. They're putting chemicals down that shouldn't be put down. We've tried to talk formally to people, and that's why we're forming the union. And the union is not just for Lyons Townhomes, it's for all the rental tenants in the community of town of Lyons, because we want to be able to speak for one voice. And so there are some things going on that just need to be addressed as a whole. And we want to be able to speak in one voice and speak strong. And so I'm going to cut my time down so that people can spend more time talking, because I know that we're over in time. But I want to say we're gracious and thankful for the townhomes that were built. A lot of people know that we need more affordable townhomes in Lyons. I was so happy to be on the IGA Town Task Force, so things like that can happen. But we need to get the first set of affordable places done first and make sure they're right before we can say get the other ones in, because we know we need them. And thank you for your service, sir. Thank you for helping me. Thank you. Now I'm gonna dance to that music.
It should change that when you say that. Who's next?
Steve,
Followed by.
Johanna Fraser.
Good evening. Can I speak after these individuals speak?
Sure, you want to wait till
Yeah,
last? Okay,
Exactly, if there was a continuity to what they're saying.
sure thing.
Johanna.
Hello, my name is Johanna Reimer, and I'm the educator, single mom, and tenant at Lyons Valley Townhomes. And for the past 10 years, I have been mentoring local Lyons girls, doing girls empowerment work and rites of passage with girls here in Lyons and Boulder. And it's because of all the children that I've educated, that families that came from Lyons, that woke me up to how amazing Lyons was. And when I became a mother, I knew I wanted to raise my child here. And it's such a beautiful, special place. And it's been so welcoming. Despite living in the new affordable housing, I have to say has not been welcoming. And I have devoted my life and my research and my study to holistic models of education and the well-being of children and our future generations. And one of the simplest things to do with children is to let them be outside in the natural world. And I am unable to do that with my child, because not only have there been careless construction, I couldn't move in for 2 months because there was a flood in my brand new house, but because there's nails and shards of glass and scraps of metal and construction screws that have just been carelessly left. And upon moving in, my son and I were outside playing in our tiny little plot of dirt. And he had a dump truck and a shovel and a bucket. And I think my 2.5-year-old son should have the right to have a shovel and a bucket and a dump truck. And there were women outside. Sorry, I'm so emotional. But there were women outside that worked for the company with a clipboard, taking notes, writing about me and my son, and not communicating to us while we were just outside playing. And I walked up to them and they pulled off a piece of paper and handed it to me and walked away. And it was a violation of my lease because my child had toys. And I'm a very aesthetic person. I understand that things should look well and beautiful, and I'm committed to that. But to have 1 too many 4 pots on my front porch instead of 3 pots of flowers, you know, there's just certain things that feel like signs of life are not allowed or welcomed. And we had a snowman, for example, built, and we put a scarf around our snowman. And these might seem silly to you, but I feel like they are not the values that this town has. I got a violation because the snowmen are supposed to be naked, is what I was told. I mean, it's absolutely absurd. And then there's quarterly inspections, which feel invasive, and I understand there's federal regulations here. But it's highly uncomfortable when I know that my neighbor is watching when I'm not home and they're counting that they were in my home for 15 minutes. It takes 2 to 3 minutes to walk through my house. I don't know what they were doing in there. And honestly, I have very little trust at this point with the way I've been treated and the way things have been dealt with. And I'm basically living in fear that I will be another single mom with an eviction notice on the door, because my son, who's 3 years old, left his bike in the driveway. And it's stressful enough being a single mother, and I don't want to be living in fear in my home. I believe that we deserve to be treated equally across the socioeconomic divides that are in this community, and that signs of life, diversity, and beauty, and playfulness of children be welcomed and celebrated where we live. Thank you.
Thank you.
May Campbell, followed by Eric Keen.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Meg Campbell, and I live in Lions Valley Townhomes at 422 Carter Drive. Community, collaboration, communication, fostering connection, inclusion, intention, kindness, support, safety, Lions love. For 11 years, I've been coming here to visit family. I have made friends and connections. I've lived here for the last 4 years, renting. I was a homeowner previously for 20 years. I take a lot of pride in my community and in my work and in my friendships, and I love this town. I've supported this amazing town wholeheartedly, and I feel so supported and resourced by everyone in this town. I can't say enough good things. I love calling it home. Watching and listening and anticipating the build of the affordable housing for the last 6+ years since I've been coming to visit and living here has been a wonderful, exciting adventure. From the build to the application process, feeling really supported and resourced in that. And through the leasing process, thank you, Bubble. She was wonderful. Seeing it become a reality and looking forward to being a part of this new community inside of this community that I already love. It's like a dream come true. So thank you, much gratitude for everybody that has helped make it happen, and that everybody that I live with in our community. We don't have any specific grievances because a lot of them have been touched on, and I really just want to be here this evening to show support to Lions Valley Townhome residents and to Lions Valley Townhome Tenant Union. And I look forward to co-creating with LBTTU, with the township and your support, and hopefully with the management company. Thank you for listening to all of us this evening. Thank you, Nick.
Respectfully, I'll wait till the end.
Is it Ian?
Let's see.
Ian? The next one, Priya?
Priya here? Didn't see you sitting back there.
The first time I spoke to you, I felt like I was in.
I'm sorry, Priya, can you say your
Oh,
name
I'm
and
sorry, I'm
address?
Priya Goodman.
Thank you.
606 Live. Now I know many of you. It feels like the community that I came back to. I'm one of the displaced Black people. And when I got the call a year ago, March, from Lisa Ramsey, I thought I was dreaming. She said, we finally built affordable housing.
And I was beside myself in joy because my reaction was the same. When I accepted the job at the Montessori school on Main Street behind Lynette DeSano's Experience. I walked out and I knew this was my town. I just knew it was my town. I didn't know where I was gonna live, but I accepted the job without. So we're here. And I think most of us have had the experience of we're home and we're secure for maybe a week. And then all this stuff started. So I've been given permission from Fine Bubbles' neighbor Scott, whose last name I don't know. I'm going to submit this letter because I think it sums up what's been going on. Scott sent this letter to Tina. I received a notice on my door after I put a hose hanger on the wall to keep management from cutting through my hoses again, because you had suggested getting them off the ground. And I'm glad I did, as someone unannounced was tearing through our yard on a four-wheeler this week, driving fast and aggressively all through the property. This little boy had a straw bale in the backyard for a school project. They ripped through it. My complaint with Highland Property Management, I'm emotional because I just want to be at home. I just want to feel safe and secure. My complaint with Highland Property Management and living here in Lions Valley Townhomes is that we feel disrespected as tenants on a regular basis. We receive notices on our door on an average every week that our homes will be inspected, that our home will be entered in for one thing or another, or citations or violations, and we receive very little communication. The notices of violations we get on our door use very threatening language and always threaten eviction. We moved into this home with the intention of staying long-term. Sarah repeatedly talked about these homes as our forever homes and welcomed us home graciously as she knew what a long journey it had been to get here. We care for our home with love, intention, and respect as if it were our home. The culture of fear that we are being subjected to is toxic. Most every time we try to put some love into our home and take care of it, we get another notice that we could be evicted if we don't follow the rules. Please refrain from using scare tactics. It's intimidating and disrespectful. And I've heard Scott and I say, you know, how dare they threaten people who are affordable with being homeless? So I don't want to dwell on the grievances. So Sonny really should be saying this, but I have a dream. I have a dream that Lions Valley Townhomes become a prototype model affordable housing community for Lyons, Boulder County, and the nation. Where our credo is do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Love thy neighbor as myself, really. And when one is hurting, we all are hurting. Where we are stewards and protectors of Mother Earth and her rocks, plants, and animals. Where the prevailing vibe is love, respect, and gratitude. So grateful for you. We're so grateful for you working together. Yeah. Where we honor our sacred river and water. Water is life. And what we say to you, Paul Caps, if you're listening, and Summit is lead, honoring the above credo, or entrust us, the community, to the governance of this sacred land and community, and follow our lead, or get out of the way.
Thank you, Miriam.
And it wouldn't be a career presentation without a song, so I want to say, we got to get up, stand up. Stand up for my right.
Okay, everybody.
Stand up.
Okay.
Don't we get up the fight?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Priya. Eric? Yeah, do we want to go back to the folks we missed first? What about Ian? Oh, Ian?
Oh, I hadn't intended to speak.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you, though.
And the last one is Brett.
I'll go get him.
I'm also out of line with this. Yes.
Well, they're not related.
Is there anybody else who wants to speak about Lions Valley Townhomes tonight? Okay. Mr. Sims.
Good evening, Mayor, Board of Trustees, staff, Steve Sims, 809 Fifth Avenue. First and foremost, I would like to apologize for my outburst at the last meeting. It was emotionally felt, and I apologize if I offended anyone here within this room, and also the neighbors and friends that were involved in this process of Riverbend. We've had a good working relationship in the last couple weeks. And I realize that it's the process that I'm angry at and not so much Riverbend. Riverbend has been open to communications and collaboration and discussion with Victoria facilitating that. And we've come to a good agreement. Neighbors have come to a good agreement. The process that drives me crazy is that we as neighbors get information on a Friday, late afternoon, and we have to respond within a Monday or a Tuesday in this case with a long holiday. So there's a lot of inequity felt on my behalf. I can't speak for anybody else. But the inequity is that the other side gets a lot of time to express, document, collaborate, and yet we as neighbors got short little windows to reply. For the record, just put that out there. So again, thank you for all of your work on this and on Riverbend. We look forward to the success of Riverbend as they go forward, and we look forward to their structure. So that's one topic I want to talk about. And the second one real quick is related to the Apple Valley Water Treatment Plant. There's a parcel of land there that you're trying to work with in order to make it a parcel that can be sold. There's a section of that across the river that really could stay town property. It could be the people's property for access, river, fishing, tubing, people getting in and out. And I would like to express that the town address trying to preserve that section of land while parceling off the other half of that property to make it a sellable parcel. So protect some of that really unique land along our rivers that is very unique, honestly, when you think about fresh water and public access. So please put some time and address that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Eric Keene. I live at 741 Baker Street in Longmont. I'm also the owner of Main Stage Brewing Company at 450 Main Street in Lions. First of all, I want to say thank you to everyone speaking about the housing issues tonight. It's something recently on my radar. I heard a lot about it over the weekend at the bar and a lot here tonight. And so we grew up in this town and lived here since I was 5. Through the fires and the floods and all the things, fundamentally, this is not who we are as a town. This is a bad property manager, but would strongly encourage the board to find the extent of their legal ability to take action and then push a little past that. See how far we can go because people need help. That's what we do. I'm here for an entirely different reason. Over the summer, certainly we heard that the noise ordinance in Lyons is at very best confusing and at worst extraordinarily complicated and difficult to parse. At Main Stage, we currently have a concert calendar scheduled through September on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sundays, mostly afternoon stuff on Sundays. I know what about this anyway. I came this evening to ask the board to give us explicit permission to continue to have music at Main Stage on our patio through the month of September. We don't plan on going past 9 p.m. We haven't had a noise complaint in more than a year and a half, and we've only had one in our entire history in Lyons. I'm not sure what else really to say about that, but we came here in good faith and just want to do things the right way and be on the front of it. That said, I will also strongly encourage the board to begin a process, hopefully a long and publicly involved process of completely rewriting the noise ordinance in Lyons. It's confusing, difficult to follow. And myself and my entire team at Main Stage, I know many other community members would love to be involved in that process and help. We certainly have needs as businesses. Our residents have needs. I lived here. We used to sit, I was back there. We used to sit on the back porch and listen to the festivals from Lions Valley Park. So we can totally do this right. Many, many communities around the country do. It's for business residents at the same time. That said, this evening, we want to keep having a good time. These are going to be great. Let's do the thing. So thank you. And thank all.
Thank you, Eric. Okay, anybody else care to address the board this evening? Just one more, come on up.
Brett Adams, 364 McConnell Drive, 5-year resident of Lyons and about 3 months in Lions Valley Park. And it's been wonderful to see and hear from so many of our neighbors in Lions Valley Townhomes. Fight, definitely. I'm here about, let's see, general business 10, number 4, the discussion direction on the Lions Valley Park lots that were just come over from, I guess, David Bell, is that his name?
Keith Bell.
Keith Bell, thank you, from his estate, and specifically lot number 2. I believe it's currently zoned low density residential. I don't think that's appropriate at all for that particular spot. I think open space or agriculture, or as my 10-year-old daughter says, that'd be a lovely place for a park. So just want to start the discussion there, and thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you very much. All right, last call.
Mayor Rogan, it may be worth just mentioning too, that if anyone's here wants to speak on the Riverbend agreement, now's the time to do that. Just because we do have a lot of public hearings scheduled.
Thank you. It looks like was there anybody else here who wanted to speak on the Riverbend agreement? Or anything else? Okay. Thank you. I think we're good. Thank you, everybody. Sorry.
I don't know if there's anybody online.
We're not
taking
taking
on that.
online.
I forgot. Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay. So the board will respond. We're gonna go around this way tonight, and then after the board responds, I'll ask if staff has any response as well. So trustee Hammer?
I would just say I'm shocked at hearing Lions Valley Townhome residents and what's going on with the management company. So I don't know what our legal options are or what we can do, but I would look to staff to help out. Supportive in any way we can help resolve that. It sounds deplorable and just living and with that eviction on the back of your head every day is just not a way to live. So, and it doesn't represent Lions values. So thank you all for coming to speak tonight.
Trustee Batty?
I can't promise that I will speak without crying or without emotion, because that's not who I am. There is no secret here as to how I feel about affordable housing. All of these residents, the commission has worked so hard. This is my second term with the Housing and Human Services Commission, and we have worked so hard as a commission to help them get through the application process, to find them, whether it's Michigan or wherever it is, to bring them back to Lions. Because a quarter of these residents were displaced during the flood. They were affected by the flood. And they were hanging on for 10 years to come back to Lions. And they are already traumatized. They've already had to go through a lot of stress. And we have this property management company that is closely linked to Summit Housing, which is the company the town of Lions was contractually tied to build this property. And they are using intimidation and bullying and harassment to move these people out. Our friends, our neighbors, people we've been working to bring back to Lions for 10 years. And it doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem fair. And I am going to strongly encourage this board to do what's right, to do what's human, to stand with our residents, our friends and our neighbors, and to direct our staff to look, our town attorney to look at any possible way that we can support them. Because nobody should be living in fear of retaliation. Nobody should be living in fear of harassment. Nobody should be worried about getting an eviction notice or having their children play outside in the dirt. That is not okay, and that is not Lions. And I'm very happy to speak to Paul Capps directly on Friday about this, and I will stand up for the residents of Lions, because we care about you. You are part of this community, and I don't want you going anywhere. That's all I have to say.
I find this all very disturbing, the reports that I've heard tonight during audience business. I also find it incredibly ironic that it appears that some of the residents there are being accused of violations, when in point of fact, I gotta be honest with you, I think the whole subdivision looks like hell. They haven't done any landscaping. I walk through there regularly. I counted 30 dead trees of the ones they planted last fall. There's got to be something in the development agreement that we signed with Summit that says that property needs to be finished. And it has never, to date, it has not been finished. I sympathize. I wouldn't want my children playing out there with that green netting and the dirt and the, the rocks and the stones and the nails. We need to get Paul Capps in here and have a
Thank you.
come to Jesus meeting.
So for 7 years, I lived both here and in New York. For years, way too long, ran a nonprofit in New York. In my last 7 years there, I was, for the first time in 25 years, in an apartment complex where the same things happened. And it was utterly maddening. And I was so happy when I could give up that apartment and just come back to my nice house in Lyons where that doesn't happen. This ain't okay. And I don't know what the constraints are, but I would expect life in Lyons to not be quite like life in Brooklyn, New York. And this actually sounds more like the Bronx, to be honest. It is unconscionable. I tell you what. My God, you all make me feel so proud to live in this town. Your words, the way you express them, the gratitude you show towards. Oh, thank you. We'll do what we can.
Trustee Browning?
Well, I was looking for it, I couldn't find it. Could ask town staff to provide us with the most recent complete agreement with Summit Housing about this. We renegotiated this 3 or 4 times. I think there's like a 4th amendment or something like that. I'd like to get up to speed on what's in there. I'd also like to ask town staff if they could give us a final, maybe not a final update, an update on the things that I know were kind of still outstanding, the fence building, the landscaping, that type of stuff, and see if there's anything still incomplete. And I would say to the residents, I appreciate you bringing that to your concerns to the board. There are those among us who spent 10 years working to make this thing a reality, and it almost died several times in the process. I mentioned that we had like 4-minute agreements. It's because we tried to save something that could have gone away. We gave some concessions to Summit Housing to make sure that that project got ultimately done. But this type of thing, of ridiculous eviction notices for perceived tiny infractions, is not what we had in mind. Mr. Katz was here in front of us multiple times. When he was in front of us, I found him to be fairly responsive to our concerns and inquiries and that type of thing. And I agree with Trustee Lowell. It's time to get him back here again and get his perspective on what's going on out there, because this is not what we spent 10 years working our asses off to have in mind. It's got to be to run better than this, and we'll get to the bottom of it.
Thank you. Trustee Dolan?
So I'm sorry that this is happening to everybody, and I moved here when my son was 3, so that he could be playing. I moved from a condo, so he could be playing outside in the dirt and all that. And it's such a wonderful place, and to not be able to do that is not good at all. It doesn't seem right. So it definitely needs to be looked into.
Thank you. Well, I want to say, following on everybody's remarks, especially Trustee Browning's, my first term on the board started in 2020 as a trustee, right as we were looking at the development agreement. It had been going on for 4 years. And we did not work our butts off like that, and staff. We did not work that hard to welcome you all home to have it be like this. We just did not. And Kriya, I remember when I was on the planning commission, you came and sang us a song. I remember that. That was a long time ago. It was a good song. Yeah. Yeah. So I want to thank you all for coming and talking to us. I've talked to several of you individually. I want to thank you for forming a tenants union, and I'm really happy to hear that it's a town-wide tenants union. I hope that that is extremely fruitful, and I'm really proud of everybody for doing that. So we didn't give up on you for 10 years, and we are not going to give up on you now. There is absolutely no way. I stood next to Paul Capps at the ribbon cutting when he said some really nice words. And I am personally going to hold him to those words to the extent that is allowable by law. I'm curious about a couple of things. In addition to what Trustee Browning brought up about what's left undone in the development agreement, I'm curious about the tranche of ARPA money. And what the status of that is. We received $150,000 worth of American Rescue Plan Act money, cash money, and decided to use it for the Summit Housing Development to get that over the finish line. And so it was paid in 3 tranches, and I don't know if there's still an outstanding tranche, but we're gonna find out. And then the other thing is, I'm curious about whether Island Property Management was aware of this meeting tonight. And if they were not, whether we can perhaps have staff send Mr. Capps a recording of the meeting so he can watch before we call him in. I'm sorry, we don't take additional comment. So believe me, what you're saying is not falling on deaf ears tonight at all. Priya, I stood next to you and you cut the ribbon. I know, this isn't, we're gonna do everything we can. And then, Eric, where'd you go? There you go. I don't know that you need permission to continue music outdoors from staff, so I'll ask staff to address that specifically, just so that we don't lose that. Okay, so with that, Victoria, would you like to comment?
Actually, I'd like Aaron to go first because
Okay.
he can give you the updates on the outstanding items and the ARPA funds while I look up Eric's overlay district.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we do still have the last 50,000 outstanding. You may remember, I think being pushed to do some, I still kept withholding, giving that back to them against some desires out there. So we do still have that. They still have their bonds out. We have not closed out the project. We have not accepted any of the public improvements. So those officially still go 1 year. I kept reminding them, until you close this out, you're on the hook for a year for anything that goes wrong after. It may be 2 years. We go back and forth on a year or 2 years with public improvement wise. So that's another reason for them to close out. But yes, they have their letter of credit for what they have outstanding that they'd like to close and haven't been able to close. I told them, no, they can't close that out. The biggest item is the landscaping now. They have redone some of the storm drainage. One area of concern looked to be okay from a town aspect. But again, the actual individual houses are their property and they're taking the responsibility if stormwater comes down and affects those houses. They have an engineer signing off on each lot that they're all in order. They've all met all the engineering standards. So with that engineer's letter, that's the type of acceptance for the actual physical build that is used to accept those, but that all should come to you in the final closeout. I kept hoping it was gonna be next month. I was told also they were starting back in the spring and they were gonna have things really done before that last meeting. I was told there now is a meeting, I thought in September with people coming and they were gonna have it done. I saw they got started on that a couple of weeks ago, but it doesn't seem to go very far. I've met with the, don't know if he's the manager or he's, I think, the landscape manager for the property management company. Who has said, again, he had a hydro seeder and it got stolen 2 days after they bought it. Other things have come up when he tries to do it. The hotter summer has made it a little more difficult. So those are what I'm being told when I go check in with them at where the progress is.
Okay,
Again, now it's told September was when they would have it finished.
okay. Thank you for the update. The other thing I'm curious about, Administrator Simonson, is, when I think about the other people who funded this project, the other entities like HUD and CHAPA,
Yes.
my understanding is HUD and CHAPA are aware that there are tenant concerns. Is
They
that
are.
correct? They are.
They're aware at a very high level.
Uh-huh.
I think I will also send them this recording.
I think that's great.
Because when HUD was here last week, we did share it with a couple of folks from that division. That there were some issues happening and Dave Bowman specifically took it back to Division of Housing.
Okay.
And has had a meeting already. I don't know that CHAFA, how much they are aware yet. But we were waiting, we want to hear how you guys want to direct us. We did not want to get in front of in front of any legal issues that Attorney Dittman may have to of what our limits are and boundaries as a municipality. We're happy to contact any of them if you so choose.
Thank you. I think we'll get the attorney's advice on that. But I imagine that, if the attorney says it's okay to contact those entities, that the board would wish staff to do so.
Is it my turn now?
Oh, would you like to address that now, Brandon?
I can, if you want me to, or I can wait, whatever you guys prefer.
Why don't you go ahead? I think Victoria's looking up something. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I think in terms of contacting Chaffa or the Department of Housing, I think that's all fair game. And at least asking the question as to what can be done from their perspectives. I don't think there's any problem with that. And certainly no problem reaching out with Mr. Capps and, asking for an explanation. In terms of more legally binding actions we can take in the near term, I think the development agreement is our best leverage. And making sure that, they are in full compliance with that, which my understanding is they are not currently. And so that can be used as leverage to address some of these issues as well. And then of course, if the property is not in compliance with not just our development agreement, but also the municipal code, we can use our enforcement powers against the property as well to the extent that it's non-compliant with the municipal code.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I have an update, Mr. Keen. The overlay district, it appears that he can have music till 9 p.m., but it's Friday and Saturdays, and he's asking for Thursday and Sunday through September as well.
Sunday.
Approximately. I mean, that's how I heard you say Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I think that's what the exception is. Go ahead.
The overlay districts that appear in the code when you call it up are not up to date. We amended those overlay districts, went from 3 to 2 and changed the rules, but for whatever reason, those amendments never got reflected in the online code. So you have to go into the maps and find the ordinance that we did that's not online to get there.
How about if we have staff follow up?
Okay,
Could you, well, it's already September, so I think that's why he's looking to do it now. Maybe you can give me some parameters of what you're comfortable with for weekends in September, and I can check that against the overlay.
Last time I looked for that, and I know that it's not up to date because I asked a couple of months ago, and when I got that, I've got it somewhere on my computer. My best recollection is that in the district that Main Stage is in, there is not even a 9 p.m. restriction.
Well, we will check that.
There isn't another district. We changed all that. But before we answer that, we need to look at this up to date stuff. Because I don't think it's under a restriction. I don't think you need that permission.
Okay. If the permission is required, is the board okay with it being Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday through September?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would note too that the town administrator has the authority to grant those exceptions. So it would be with the administrative permit.
Okay, we'll take care of that.
Thank
I'll
you.
get you an email in writing.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting. It's fascinating.
Get out now.
Forget out while the getting's good.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to staff reports. Boulder County Sheriff's Report, Sergeant Sears, patient as always.
Oh, yeah, no worries. So, kind of disturbing. I feel bad for those folks.
Yeah, me too.
All right, I'll try and make this quick. We got another flock success for us. We had a burglary, open garage, broad daylight in the morning. Some, yeah, on Vasquez on the early, early September, sorry, August. They had some great, like pretty, not the best video footage of the vehicle, so we really didn't get much out of it, but going off what we could, and cars coming in town, we did, the deputy on the case was able to identify the vehicle from the flock camera, so. It's still ongoing, they're, still working out the case on him, but figured we're the person. And just a reminder to, make yourself a hard target, lock your stuff, keep your doors, garages closed. We had, someone call in saying the car was stolen because they left the keys in it. But then like 20 minutes later, they called back and said, oh, never mind, it was repossessed or towed. So, don't leave your keys in your cars, it will get stolen.
Especially repossessed.
Yeah, so September is National Preparedness Month, we just learned that. So Boulder, our disaster management, it's all on the website, but if you just go to the boulderodm.gov and then just click on the preparedness tab, has a bunch of links for some of their campaign and programs for the month. Things like go bags and education videos for having to evacuate or just going through disaster. So it looks like I haven't checked it out, but it looks like they got several workshops online that you can attend and get information from. So definitely from the fires, for people learn the hard way of, not being prepared to have to leave right away. So any little bits you can learn the best. So, and then the fire ban today went back down to stage 1. So, really that's just more of the public areas, but still no charcoal grills. And it's just the western part of the county, not the whole county for the sheriff's office. Lions Community Barbecues this Friday at Lions High School for their first home football game. Game's at 7, but we usually start getting food and stuff going around 5 or so. So, Mitch has been working the last couple of weeks trying to get that going. So it's the 50th anniversary, I guess, this year as well. So, it's last week in Labor Day. Last year, the Labor Day weekend was crazy. I pretty much worked the whole weekend, but this weekend was pretty totally complete opposite of just issues, and especially in the parks and stuff. It was pretty low key and not a whole lot of problems. We did 42, lots of traffic in town. We had 42 tickets over the weekend. Let's see, tickets, so let's see, year to date, this was through the end, so it's a little bit more. I went the other day and did it through the end of August, but year to date, we're at 468, which is down 18 from last year. August, we had 93 tickets, that's up 9 from last August. Calls year to date is 1996, which is up 131 from last year. Calls are down 14 from August this year to last year at 266. And then accidents are still up about 18 and 17 this time last year, and they're actually down for August. We have 5 in this year, we had 6 last year. Then flock is, we had just over 98,000 cars come in into town on the weekends. 98,600, yeah, 98,624 to be exact. And then all of August this year, we had almost 294,000 cars come into town versus last year it was only just almost 223,000. So we're up over 70,000 from, yeah. And that's just the one camera coming out, so it's a lot. And then they were supposed to start working on moving some of the cameras around and getting other ones placed on the 27th, but they ran into some positioning problems or something. So it'll be either this week or next week, they should be hopefully getting that done, so.
Those are the additional plot cameras.
Yep, so we'll have, I don't know if they'll all be up at that time, but we're still waiting on one to get moved and then 4 additional ones. But those things are worth their weight in gold, we'll tell you.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Questions for Sergeant Sears tonight?
I just have one. I'd be interested to know if that 78,000 that were up, how much of that was during the Alexander fire when 34 was closed? That people had to come this way,
Yeah.
or if that's really, you know, we're hearing about all these tremendous growth in all the metro areas out along the interstate. If it's those folks, you know, coming through, but it would have been interesting to know if it was during the closure of 34, because if we could just capture 1% of this 98,000 a weekend.
Yeah.
I do know, just going back, like in, for, sorry.
You don't have to look now.
No, I just got it,
thought
I'm just
that.
gonna
Why
give you
did that
last month, we were up, see in August or no. I know, looking at these, I don't know if that's exact time frame, but I know every month I'm doing it, it's definitely up several thousands of people.
Interesting.
Yeah. We'll see
And
what
then-
happens next month.
And I gave Justin Dole's like all the camera data we have for that road safety grant.
Yeah.
So,
Safe streets.
yeah, so.
Well, thank you so much.
Yep.
Have a good evening.
You too, next.
Okay.
Administrator.
You all have my report and the finance report, knowing that we had extra time on audience business tonight. I don't necessarily need to read it to you, just a couple of things for the public to be aware of. We are out for invitation for bid on street rehabilitation to be done yet this year, so September and October. And there's and also the sewer inspections on the whole north side of town have been completed. We're waiting the final report to see if there's any immediate issues we need to address and, you know, scheduling the rest of those. And the public works crews are also refreshing mulch or the rock mulch on Main Street. So it looks really nice. The only thing he didn't mention that's coming up this week, this Saturday, September 7th, the Artisan Market at Bone Park between 10 and 4. Live music, barbecue, 50 vendors. So it should be great if the weather holds out. And St. Vrain Valley School District is hosting 3 cross-country meets this year. Instead of the normal 2 that they do. So our neighborhood in Lions Valley Park gets extra busy with parking. I did notice tonight when I stopped by home, they did put flyers on every door. So that's helpful. And Kim is also doing some notifications about that for new folks in the neighborhood that may not be aware of how that impacts the streets during those times. And I just want to mention, because this is such a big deal to our community, the Spooktacular is scheduled for Saturday, October 26th. So get your costumes ready. Okay, all right. And finance, you saw the report, things continue to be up, but not very much when you take out some of the anomalies. It's about $2,000 higher than last year at this time when you take out the payback from the state that we received and the sales tax percentage that the town is not keeping. So pretty flat in regard to that, but not bad considering how many businesses we lost on this year. Yeah. Any other questions for me on my reports? Yeah, Trustee Joe. Sorry.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised to go downtown and see a wonderful wooden fence with.
Yeah. Yes.
Do you have any insight on that?
Yeah, that's a collaboration between the Lions Arts and Humanities Commission, the Chamber of Commerce, and the owners of that box.
The owners are putting them.
Yeah, they paid for that.
Is that going to be on all 3 sides?
Originally, it was debated, but once they got that graded, it really looks so much better. So I think we're just gonna keep it on the north side so people could actually use that lot if anybody wants to.
It's on
west.
4 already.
Yeah, it's north and west.
Yeah, but not on road.
When you say it was a collaboration, I mean, the dime is on the hotel.
The
owner.
owners,
Yeah,
but
that's.
it was
what
the
she said.
chamber and the arts and humanities who said we would like to do something to this.
So it's going to be painted with all kinds of wonderful things.
Could be a river. That flows
Wait
through.
to see.
You can attend an arts and humanities commission meeting and find out.
And the owners will be coming to your Urban Renewal Authority meeting in October to give you a
Were we able to reach out to CDOT about their new speed limit setting process yet?
We are actually, the project meeting normally would have happened yesterday, but it's happening Thursday this week, so they'll be on that call. And yes, we have indicated we want to meet with them, and they're gonna have the people at the meeting we need.
Thank you. Do you have a question?
One observation on the finance report where you're showing year-to-year sales tax comparisons. Is, I don't know if Cassie's still on, is there a plan for when, I think July was the first month that the additional half-cent sales tax increases we actually collected and received for? Is get the future report so we can do apples to apples comparisons, show the 0.5% like in a different column instead of mixing them in from July forward, so
Sure,
otherwise
I
we're not gonna be
understand.
able to track month, year comparisons by month.
I can certainly ask her. She can, I'm sure she can, she's good with.
Okay, thanks, everybody. Is there a legal update this evening? You're gonna explain the whole property tax special session?
I'm not gonna explain all of it. I was just gonna introduce it to the board, but I don't think anyone's ready to explain the whole thing, but. So, as alluded to by Mayor Rogan, HB 24B 101001, sorry, passed out of the General Assembly on the 29th, so not just last week. This is the special session that was called for property tax relief. It was done really in response to a couple different ballot initiatives which were being proposed by conservative action groups, which would have significantly inhibited the ability to ever increase taxes and lower property taxes in a way that wasn't deemed by the Democratic Party as being responsible. So the governor called a special legislative session to help attempt to work out a compromise to get those two ballot measures off the ballot. And so this bill was passed just on the 29th, and in response to that, the two ballot measures have been polled, is my understanding. The bill has not been signed yet by Governor Polis, but it did pass with pretty large margins out of the General Assembly. This bill is extremely complicated. It really has kind of two large components to it, is my understanding. One, reducing the assessment rate for property taxes, and there's different calculations depending on the year and the amount of growth the state experiences as to how much the assessment rate drops, and it's kind of basically a phase in where it gets more drops as you go on through 2027. And there's also a revenue cap component to this, which limits the growth of revenue to 5.25%. Looks like for us. And so the revenue cap and the assessment rate drop, kind of work in tandem to create the property tax relief. How this is actually going to work out in terms of real world fiscal impacts is unknown. I'm seeing some analyses which say the impact for residential, average residential homeowners is $70 roughly this year, and $200 the following year, and $300 the year after that. But again, because of the complicated kind of formula, which is it works out, I don't think we really entirely know. But that's a very broad overview of the legislation. Because this is so new, there hasn't been a whole lot of analysis done yet, but I expect we will see more in the future.
Thank you. I anticipate we'll get like a couple of fact sheets coming out in short order from CML, et cetera. All right, any questions for Brandon? There is mud. Everybody understand the whole tax thing? Okay, great, thank you. All right, let's move on to ordinances and public hearings. First up is second reading public hearing ordinance 1167, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the Tebow annexation application located at 4545 to 4559 Ute Highway and 4602 Highland Drive. Do you want to do a brief staff report? Attorney Devon, is that who's taking it? From Planner
Yeah,
Building?
I'd happy to do a staff report, kind of given, where we're at in this process. So as I previewed earlier, when we were discussing this, as part of the agenda modification amendment request, we've run into, I wouldn't say necessarily a problem, but it's kind of an impasse in order to move this forward at this time. And that's because the Lyons Municipal Code requires in 15.1160 that, several things happen. One, that there be an annexation agreement as part of an annexation, and that purpose of the annexation agreement is really to secure what I'll call, generally the public improvements for the annexation. And so for our purposes, that's, really the utilities. So electric, water is a huge component of this. Sewer, surface rights, roadway impacts, all those things are really, secure through the annexation agreement. That's why we haven't really talked about that as part of much of the other parts of the annexation. So the code requires this annexation agreement to be part of, the final public hearing on annexation. We consider this at the same time. We also have to consider the zoning at the same time. And so we consider the annexation agreement, and the zoning all at the same meeting pursuant to the code. The code also requires that we send this annexation agreement to the applicant at a certain time. That's already been done to some degree, but there's still kind of things to be worked out with regarding the utilities. Finally, that code section requires that a finalized and signed copy of the annexation agreement be completed 2 weeks before the public hearing. And so that's really the piece here that's kind of delaying this whole process. And so until we get a finalized annexation agreement, we can't move forward on the annexation or the zoning of the property. And so what staff will recommend is that we continue this public hearing. And we think we should continue it till October 7th, not to the next meeting. And the reason for that, again, is the 2-week period which we have to have a completed agreement. And so we're fairly confident that we can get this all wrapped up by September 23rd, which is the last day we would need to submit a completed copy to the clerk in order to comply with the municipal code. And so that's why we're requesting a continuance on this to October 7th specifically. And we'll have to do that for the resolution, for the ordinance, and for the 2 zoning ordinances, given the complexity of this annexation process. And the last thing I was mentioned too, just so everyone understands, this is not abnormal in annexation where some portion of the annexation is not on the same timeline as everything else for whatever reason. It's more complicated. Sometimes it's a subdivision, sometimes it's annexation agreement. And at least as part of my experience, this happens every single time. And we end up continuing this a few times in order to have everything kind of sync up. And because we've already done our hour of testimony at the last meeting, we don't have to do that again. So we can keep continuing this until everything's ready to go, in which we will open the public hearing and, get this across the finish line.
Right. Glad there will be no more filibusters. Go ahead.
I did want to, Trustee Moe, you had asked the question about Highland Drive. It was in my staff report. We will be annexing that road as part of this annexation. We have verification from Boulder County. That's their expectation as well. So just wanted to clear that question up.
And just to clarify even further, though, it's just the portion which is on the annexation survey. So it's not all of Highland Drive's that tiny portion. And as part of, and as part of the annexation agreement, the developer will be taking on the responsibility to improve that road whenever they do their development.
Questions, go ahead.
Yeah, so we talked about how this Tebow annexation is gonna lead to others, in particularly the Maples, the larger property on the north side of that road. So will we be doing Highland Drive piecemeal? We'll be taking possession of it?
So I
That would be my developer would do their portion of the road that's annexed in.
Yeah.
Currently, only that portion of the road is being annexed in, so.
And part of it is across the street from the Maples. So if they want to try to collect from them, I guess they can try, but they will have to do it.
But we're gonna be responsible for the upkeep of that once the improvements are done to the road.
Yes.
Okay. Because it's interesting, I was looking at the IGA of 2012, in paragraph 3.1.6 says, you can't do parts of a county road. If you're gonna annex it, you gotta do the whole road.
Well,
I'm glad to see that's not in our draft IGA that we're working on now.
I have reached out to Dale Case as well to clarify what is the expectation currently, and the initial response was usually that's the case, but let me look into it. So we'll see. Okay.
What I
all right.
say is that the annexation map only has that portion of the roadway. So if this has to change, we'd have to start the annexation over again.
Any other questions for staff? All right, I would entertain a motion.
I move to continue agenda items Roman numeral 6, 1, 2, and 3 relating to the Tebow annexation to the October 7th meeting.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Right, vote.
Motion passed unanimously.
Right, thank you, everybody. Excuse me. Moving right along here, we have second reading, public hearing, ordinance 1170, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending section 16.3.150 D1 and section 2.8.120 of the Lyons Municipal Code to create a minimum area variance process to allow for subdivision of lots recorded on March 20th, 1929.
Yes, Interbowen planning staff, I think I've discussed this several times at this point, but again, this iteration of this code is to provide a more tailored approach to approving the subdivision of these lots, which was a large region, and I can't remember, was it 67 or the ordinance that didn't carry forward the last time? But this ordinance seeks to address that. And the big development for this text amendment is that it allows for 2 hearings and 2 neighborhood feedback loops, both for the variance itself and for the minor subdivision. So the concerns that were brought up by neighbors and the Board of Trustees hopefully has been addressed in this current ordinance. And that's it. You have any questions? Just
And I'd like to add to that if I can.
Yeah, please do.
So, we heard some of the feedback from the board at the last meeting as to, some of the questions. We'll start with the questions as to this ordinance. We didn't make any changes at the in between on first reading. However, there were a number of questions about how this would work. The first of those questions was what the interaction of this ordinance was with the existing requirements of the Board of Adjustments, and whether these approval criteria would be additional or separate than the existing ones. And I can confirm that the intent of this was that for those to be additional, not replacing or separate from the other Board of Adjustments approval criteria. So, I'll be recommending an amendment to reflect that intent, just to be clear. The second question we had was whether all the notice provisions and procedural kind of aspects of the existing Board of Adjustments code sections would be applicable to this process. Again, the intent was for that to be the case, and so I'll be recommending another amendment when we get to that point to make sure that it's clear that all the existing notice processes and other processes required by the Board of Adjustments apply equally to this new sort of variance process. The last question, which was expressed at the last Board of Trustees meeting, was whether these variances or variances generally are appealable to the Board of Trustees. And so after a lot of research on that, I can confirm that as the code exists currently, there are no appeals of Board of Adjustments decisions to the Board of Trustees. The code and also state law does potentially allow for that possibility. And so I think there's going to be a recommended amendment to make that adjustment for this specific type of variance to be appealable to the Board of Trustees, but not to kind of rock the boat too much on variances generally. just because there's so many cross code references, and state law does kind of set as the default that decisions of the Board of Adjustments are final. So those are some of the kind of the questions I wanted to make sure were addressed that arose at the last Board of Trustees meeting, but happy to answer anything additional you might have.
Additional questions? No, okay, and I have the amendments in front of me, as well. So I would entertain a motion.
Well, I think we need a public hearing. This is second reading.
Oh, second reading, sorry, okay.
I know there's lots of people who probably want to talk on this one, but
I'll open the public meeting and ask if there's anybody in the room who would like to speak to this ordinance today. No? All right, I'll close the public hearing and now I'll entertain a motion. If somebody's had plenty of time to look it up. Go ahead.
I move to approve ordinance 1170, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending section 16-3-150 D1 and section 2-8-120 of the Lyons Municipal Code to create a minimum area variance process to allow for the subdivision of lots. Recorded on March 20th, 1929 on second reading.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. I have a couple of amendments to propose. Any discussion? Anyone else have an amendment? All right, I'm gonna propose some amendments here. First one is under D2. Variance from minimum lot size for 1929 lots. And it is amending A to read, for the second sentence in A to read, in order to grant a variance from the section, the Board of Adjustment shall find that all of the following criteria have been satisfied in addition to the variance criteria for approval as set forth in section 161470. And that addresses the first point that Attorney Dentman brought up and which was also brought up by the chair of the Board of Adjustments, Connie Eister, who I met with last week. So that is my proposed amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion on that? Okay, call for the vote on that amendment.
Motion passes unanimously.
And then amendment number 2. Adds letter C, which reads, variances requested under this section shall be subject to the application notice and public hearing requirements applicable to variances heard by the Board of Adjustments and contained within section 161410 et sec. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. Want an amendment?
Motion passes.
Thank you. And finally, adding a letter D, which reads, an applicant may appeal a decision of the Board of Adjustments on a variance request under this section to the Board of Trustees within 30 days of the Board of Adjustments decision. An applicant aggrieved by the decision of the Board of Trustees may appeal such decision to the Boulder County District Court pursuant to Colorado Rules of Civil Procedure Rule 10684. There a second?
Second.
Any discussion on that? Okay.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Are there any more amendments or discussion about this second reading?
I have one more amendment that I think you dismissed, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it's just a minor amendment to D2 to say that it's a variance for minimum lot sizes for 1929 lots instead of a variance from section 163150 D1. Just because I think that just makes it more clear, I think, to the general public as to what this is.
Got it. Can I take that as a friendly amendment?
Yeah, you can adopt my amendment, sure.
We have a second on that? Second. Thank you. Okay. All right, let's vote on this ordinance as amended.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody. And then next up, we have second reading and public hearing of ordinance 1171 and ordinance.
Only vote on the amendments.
Oh,
Sorry.
final.
I thought we just did.
Yeah, we just did. You said the last vote was, would you vote on this ordinance as amended?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
are you okay with that?
I reckon, yeah.
Brendan's suggestion was taken as a friendly amendment.
But we thought that was the vote for just that amendment.
Okay,
that's fine.
maybe, let's just do it, maybe we'll just redo it just to be clear for the record.
Okay.
Ordinance as amended.
Let's vote on the ordinance as amended.
Motion passed unanimously.
All right, you voted on it. It passed.
We're doubly sure.
We're doubly short. Okay. Second reading, public hearing, ordinance 1171, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving and accepting the local historic designation for the depot building at 430 Fifth Avenue, Lyons, Colorado.
This is Kristen Bruckner, our Arts and Humanities Coordinator. This is her first presentation to the.
Welcome.
Thank you. Beth, and I am the liaison to the Historic Preservation Commission. And to just briefly summarize, the Historic Preservation Commission initiated a local designation program with the intent to balance private property rights with public interest in preserving the town's unique character and history. Goals of this program are the protection and preservation of the town's architectural, cultural, and heritage landmarks, the enhancement of property values, and the stabilization of historic neighborhoods. In addition to the promotion of civic pride and community planning. The HPC presented the plan to the DOT earlier this year. The presentation is in the packet and held a public hearing on July 18th. The first reading was held at the last DOT meeting, and this is the second reading. I can go into further detail and background, but I think everyone.
Yes. Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? No? Okay, then I will open the public hearing. Anybody in the public like to speak? No. Okay, then I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
And move that we accept ordinance 1171, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving and accepting the local historic designation, the depot building at 430 Fifth Avenue, Lyons.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
I just appreciate the really hard work of the historic preservation committee on that. And Kristen is a wonderful addition from the town staff perspective to that. She's been really, really helpful to that group. I think given a little more direction that it's had, along with Sarah, all very capable. The chair of that group, last meeting was, I thought, just wonderful. But happy to see this first one, and there will be more.
Thank you. And I'll just add that I'm super excited to see this, as when I was the liaison to the HPC, we worked on creating the process to do this. So it's exciting to see it happening. So thank you. Yeah. Okay, we'll call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, one more second reading here, and that is the second reading and public hearing of ordinance 1172, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending section 161090 of the Lyons Municipal Code to allow farmers markets as a principal and conditional use in commercial and commercial downtown zones. Take it away.
Andrew Bowen, planning staff. Again, this is second reading for ordinance 1172. I had a full staff report for this, but in going through the PCDC and discussing this, it was my goal, since we have 2 or 3 already existing, but not, they're legitimate in business, but not legitimate under our town permit structure, to allow those uses to be able to operate under an approved umbrella, but then also allow other businesses to also have that use. So again, if in the C and the CEC district, or sorry, C and CD district, it's a permitted use by right. If it's accessory, and that was a change that was made, from, and I'll go if there were 3 requested changes, but if it's accessory or secondary to a permitted principal use, then it's allowed by right. If it's sole use on that property, we're requiring a conditional use permit just to make sure, it doesn't turn into a flea market or something like that. You just never know. Farmer's market's gone wild, but that's general sense. The only kind of regulatory framework that we placed on it is the permitted hours of operation. Farmer's market shall only be operated from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Frequency of operation, farmer's market shall be operated no more than twice per week. So upon first reading, I've already hit on 2. I changed, I think it was associated. I changed that to accessory, which aligns better with our code. And then the frequency of operation, changed that to farmer's market shall be operated no more than twice per week. And then also we had several different possessional tenses for farmers. The definitions are, everybody says it differently, but what we stuck with are there's no possession, so it's just farmer's market.
No apostrophes anywhere.
That's correct.
The Harris Waltz campaign thinks.
We might have a no vote.
So those were the three requested changes. But there's an apostrophe after final S, before the S, so it just depends on what code you're looking at.
You can still make that amendment if you want.
And Grammarly likes to change them, and doesn't like to be consistent, so I do apologize for that.
They were putting me over Joe.
But that's the end of my stuff.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Right, then I'll open the public hearing on the farmers markets. Anybody want to talk about farmers markets? Oh, okay, I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I move to approve ordinance 1172, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending section 16-10-90 of the Lyons Municipal Code to allow farmers markets as a permitted use in the commercial downtown zones on second reading.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Now's your big chance. Okay, I'll call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody. All right. Would you please read the consent agenda into the record?
Item 1, resolution 2024-82, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, forming a wildfire mitigation ad hoc committee. August 19, 2024, regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes, and August and September accounts payable.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Anything anyone would like to pull tonight? All right, then we'll vote on consent.
Motion passes unanimously.
Yeah, moving right along. We have no boards and commissions this evening, although I will say that we now have 3 openings on the Arts and Humanities Commission. We have 1 application. We're looking for more applicants. It's, as far as I know, the only board and commission that usually has a wait list to join. So, get your applications in if you're interested in that. Okay, so let's move on to general business item 1, which is resolution 2024-72, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a development agreement with Lyons Properties LLC, Riverbend at 501 West Main Street.
Your Bone planning staff. As you all are aware, this item was continued from the last meeting to give the neighbors and the applicant more time to have discussions and come to consensus. Victoria took the lead on that, and there has been concessions made on both sides, and consensus in staff's opinion has been reached on all important areas, and staff is supportive of the agreement as written. That's short and sweet, but I think that gets to the point.
Okay. I'm gonna ask if the applicant would like to speak, but would you like to speak first? Is there anything you
I
want
don't
to
know
add
if you
to
wanted
Andrew?
us to highlight the changes we made. for the public, or if that's not necessary with the agreement.
Yeah, I think there weren't that.
Well, there was, we held another meeting with a group of neighbors again, last week, and there were the the developer in this case, made some significant concessions in regard to the noise. If you recall, when he was here last time, he was asking, or they were asking for, outdoor music and amplification year round. It is now 50 events in a year. So that's a significant change. So the neighbors felt that they would have some time during the week that might not have as much outdoor noise. That was big. They also limited silent discos to no more than 10 per year. The neighbors and the developer tried some different lights, and the neighbors actually really like it. And so there was, I don't know if you'll hear that tonight. I'll let the applicant do it. He may make one more request regarding that, and I'd like to comment if he does. And then there was a lot of discussion about some other ancillary things such as future fire pits and future sound mitigation in the building and things like that. But overall, we came to an agreement. And as you can see, there's only one person here tonight to speak, and in general was supportive. But not very happy with the process necessarily, so we can take a look at that. But we're pleased that we were able to reach consensus with the neighbors and the developer and the town. And the other addition throughout it is that they will be held to the noise ordinance as any other property, and if that changes, they will adjust to that change. There was a request to keep the current noise ordinance in place for this property, but the attorneys did not feel comfortable with that, so that was taken up.
Thank you. Any questions for Administrator Simonson? All right, would you like to? On up.
Chris Lee, 629 First Avenue. I think it was a little better than 2 weeks ago. I think both sides are a lot happier. As the Administrator Simonson said, we had a meeting last Friday, and I've done a little bit of research with some other venues in town, and I think the biggest concern was having that 365-day chance of music and interruption. And having talked, as I said, to a couple of venues in town, that our business really doesn't need it. With the building, the structure is going to solve so many issues. And I think a lot of the history was having DJ music, disco music, loud music until 10 o'clock at night. And that's simply not going to happen. And even with the discussion with the neighbors, is we still have the amplified music until 8 o'clock, which has to apply by town ordinance. At that point, we could have one microphone, which was a big issue last 2 weeks ago. But now the fact that we said we'll limit that to 50 events, that we're very satisfied with that. In talking about the silent disco, I don't think there's any need for a silent disco anymore. But I just thought we might as well keep it there. We've requested for 10. But as I said, I don't think that's going to happen. So when we promote the venue now, we talk through the process of ceremony, cocktail hour, dining, and first dance ceremony up until 8 o'clock, and sort of promote that to be one sort of tone of the night, and then we move the party indoors. And doing a lot of research, and we have consultants looking at designing that building. I think as the applicant, we don't want to hear complaints, and we don't want to get phone calls in the middle of the night and turn the music down. So we're doing our best we can to ensure that we're abiding by the noise ordinance of town. And in saying that, and I'm not trying to sneak this in at all, but had a couple of requests when we walked through the property on the weekend. We had one guy who was a groom and wanted to claim the band. And I said, you actually can't play the drums. He goes, well, I'm a drummer. What do you mean you can't play the drums? And so in the agreement, it says no drums on the property. And for me, for that being forever, in perpetuity, is I'd like the trustees to reconsider that the drums be allowed inside so long as we abide by the noise ordinance. And even on the weekend, when I went down to the property and we had it was the Planet Bluegrass issue going on. I went down, it was literally like a funeral at our property, and the band had responded to all the complaints and you could hardly hear them. But there was a drum there and they were playing with brushes. So I'd like in some way to just change the wording that if we did have drums outside and we did brushes and minimizing the noise, and we'd be allowed to have drums outside. Oh, sorry, inside.
Inside.
And a part of that too was neither amplified nor non-amplified brass horns, saxophone, trumpet, trombone, etc. can be used on the property. And once again, I'd like to request that be allowed indoors. And once again, we have to just abide by the town ordinance, and that is 22.22 and 2.2 number 10.
And have you talked to the neighbors about these
I
requests?
did, it was actually, Ed Allen at the meeting on Friday. He actually said, I truly don't care, and no one should care what instruments you play on the property, so long as they abide by the noise ordinance. So even when we addressed the lighting issue, as I chatted to a few of the neighbors, and they said, so long as we don't hear it, or it's reasonable, then we don't care. So, as I said, I don't want to do the wrong thing by them, but for me, that for an instrument to be banned on a property forever, and you can't even hear it, and we put it indoors, and when we get to the point where we may have the best jazz band in the world request to come and play, let's hope so, that they come and play. Then I look back when my daughter was growing up, and there was Jordan Brownsberger who had a band. He was a drummer and they went and played concerts, yet they can't play a concert on our property or in the venue. So there's things like that I'd like to protect.
Thank you. And you had a staff response to these requests?
No, I was, are you gonna make a request about the lights?
The light, and this is, I think, I'm sorry, Administrator Simonson is I'm not sure if it's a concern, but she feels strongly about this. We did test a light originally, and I didn't know what 30,000 lumen would do, but it lit up the cliff like a football field. So we readdressed that, and I bought a new light that was 12,000 lumen, 3,000 Kelvin, which is in 2.7 C. And we got in contact with all the neighbors, and I put that light on, and we, as I said, a lot of the neighbors enjoyed the light, highlighted the cliff as an asset. And we're proposing, or have proposed, and they've agreed to having that light on for 2 hours after sunset. And that, to me, I'd like to propose based on even the Apple app. When you look at the weather on your map, weather on your phone, you'll see a sunset symbol. And to keep that consistent, I'm not sure if that's how we can do that. And the other concern was eagle nesting period, but even the neighbors, particularly Steve Sims, who's on the ecology board, had no concerns with the light. It faces in the other direction, and the cliff itself actually blocks it from the cliff where the eagle nests. And I would like to propose that we have the spotlight year round unless a raptor begins to nest in that particular cliff.
Are those all your requests?
Yeah.
I
Want to respond?
have one question. Does, and I almost hate to ask this, but does having a spotlight year round, is that a request that needs to go by Fish and Wildlife?
Not,
No.
well, I'll tell you my rationale.
Yeah.
And you can decide if you want us to contact them.
Okay.
My other justification too is in the park has it as well.
Yeah.
When there's ice skating, the light is actually on the either cliff. And I mean, I've done a lot of research and gone on the top of the hill and taking photographs, and the town lighting itself is closer to the eagle nest than what we're doing. So, I mean, everyone has an opinion on this.
Yeah.
It's not a deal breaker for me, but
it is a great asset for the property. So I think it's worth asking.
From my perspective, the rock wall that they'll be shining on is owned by the town of Lyons. It's not their property, so it is ours. And my request to Chris was that I'm not concerned about this light bothering the currently nesting eagles in Laverne Johnson Park. My concern is if there's a smaller raptor or other owl or something that wants to nest on that hill, it won't, if there's a light on it every night of the year. So I had said I was comfortable recommending the light on the wall for 2 hours after sunset, except February 1st through July 1st. In case other animals are living there, I don't want to disturb them. Even other rodents and things. So that was my request, and then Chris decided he'd like to ask for it year-round from the board. In regard to instruments, I don't know how the neighbors will feel about that. First, but as an administrator, as long as you can't tear it 25 feet away, it does not matter to me what he does in his building. I think there's very much an opportunity for jazz, or someone who, plays the sax and wants to serenade their new wife. Who knows, who knows, but I think so, if you can't hear it outside, it shouldn't matter.
No. Okay. All right, any other questions for the applicant or for staff? Yeah, go ahead.
Chris, let me ask you about, the evacuation plan that's included in the package here. It looks more like a, emergency preparedness plan for the people that are living in the tiny homes. I thought we were gonna see a plan about how to get all those tiny homes out of there in the event of a flood.
People that actually don't live in the tiny homes, so that's a hotel. It operates as a hotel. So the evacuation plan is actually the structures themselves.
Right, getting the structures hooked up and they're out of there.
Yeah.
Have we seen that?
That wasn't what was included?
No, it was included, but it was in there that it would be re-reviewed with the new floodplain. When he applies for his floodplain permit, we will look at that more closely and see if it's actually functioning.
Fine, I'm good with that. I have one other question, maybe we should direct this to Planner Bowen. What is Exhibit C in here? I can't even read it. What is that? It looks like a river plain plan, something S2O put together.
It's supposed to be the diversion area map.
It's the drop right there where everybody puts at the swimming hole.
That was from the original MOA. That was the document that was in there used, and so the language that's included in this agreement that deals with the liability from the MOA, there's still that language kept in this agreement, refers to that Exhibit C.
Okay, I'm cool with that. That's what I thought it was. I'm just curious why it was in there, but you answered my question. Thank you. No, thank you, Chris.
Any other questions? Okay, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve resolution 2024-80, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a development agreement between Lyons Properties LLC and the town of Lyons, Colorado.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, discussion. Any amendments?
To kind of simplify the process.
Yeah.
I'd suggest, I'm willing to make an amendment on the brass instruments and then we can vote on that, amendment on the lights, we can vote on that.
You're gonna include the drums?
Oh, yeah. So I guess my first, I hope they modify the proposed development agreement to allow indoor brass horns. I think that's 2.2x and drums, I think is 2.2 IX. Indoors only.
Yeah, I'll second that. Any discussion? On the drums, the horns?
And the reason for doing that, the reason I'm gonna vote in favor of it is they're allowed at every other indoor venue. And everybody's got to comply with the same noise ordinance, so why should we? So just be more strict on this one.
Okay.
Great, we'll vote on that minute.
I have a question.
Oh, question.
Sorry, just as I'm drafting this. So I assume the intent is that the language about electronic drum sets being allowed in compliance with the requirements of this agreement, that can stay. It's just saying that non-electronic drums are permitted inside.
Indoors only, yeah.
And other instruments.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to specify brass horns, does it? I mean, can it just say instruments?
Should I just take out X then? Like not non-electronic drum sets and other instruments are permitted inside?
So we would take out the X then, that
X was, yeah.
neither amplified nor non-amplified brass horns are permitted to be used on
And
the
maybe-
property. Are we?
Maybe what I do is I change X to say that no instruments are allowed outside.
Right.
Except as in accordance with this agreement.
Well, that, and that'll cover it.
They are allowed, I mean, there's
Till
these other, I mean, amplified instruments and non-amplified instruments up to 8 and then after 8. So it's, I think 10 should disappear and we just change 2.
Just your little, Mark, what do you think about that?
Okay.
I know, it's your amendment, so I wanna.
Okay. Yeah, if my prior one wasn't clear, then I would, to clarify, I would offer an amendment that would allow those instruments, let's see. You want to allow it? No, what I'm struggling, drums aren't mentioned in X, so I can't just amend X and deal with that. So that's why I did the brass horns, can be used. Your request was inside, correct?
Yeah.
It can be used inside on the property.
In compliance with the noise.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
In compliance with the noise.
Yeah, in compliance with the noise
Yeah.
ordinance. Yeah, all this is in compliance with the noise ordinance.
So do you want to retain the brass horn language and stuff? So I can insert all that in it too and then read it back to you as what it might be.
Yes, the intent is that they be allowed inside.
Yeah.
Okay. So give me 1 second. I'll read it back to you.
Drums and brass.
I've read these 500 times.
I know.
And then cut 2, my suggestion would be electronic drums to be played indoors in and out, but non-electronic drums to be played indoors only.
Did you get that, Trustee Brandon?
Yeah. Could you repeat that?
Electronic drums to be played indoors and out, but non-electronic drums to be played indoors only.
I believe, I think I found it. It's in 2.2, little double I. And I would propose an amendment to that.
Well, let's hear that.
Okay, let's do the first one.
So this is what I came up with. You can tell me if I'm wrong. I probably am. So non-electronic drum sets and other non-amplified instruments, including brass horn, saxophone, trumpet, trombone, etc., can be used on the property inside. Electronic drum sets are permitted in compliance with the requirements of this agreement and within the town's noise ordinance. That's kind of combining 2 and X.
Yes, that's more efficient.
Okay, great.
I move for an amendment as just stated by the town attorney.
Okay, is there a second? Second, okay, any discussion on that? That,
Motion passes unanimously.
This, for purposes of resolving it, I'll move that, that lights be allowed year round, subject to the other restrictions in the agreement, which is the timing, which I believe is 2 hours after sunset. Is that clear?
Second.
I'd like to discuss limiting them from February 1st to July or allowing them or limiting them from February 1st to July 1st, and I'm curious about why those dates. in
Those are the
particular.
dates that raptors start building their nest, have their babies, and then they fledge around the 4th of July always.
Okay,
So it's the time they're nesting. They won't nest with, I don't know.
okay.
I mean, their bodies need to know when it's dark and it's like,
My feeling on this is, you know, I'm sensitive to the raptors, and I know that it's town property. There's also plenty of places where it's not like there's a severely limited place for them to nest. In Laverne Johnson Park, there's lots of cliffs and spots. So I'm actually okay with that, but I just wanted to verify.
No, I agree. with you. I think the golden eagles are not going to nest on that small cliff.
no, they want to be as high as they can
Right, so I don't see any need for that February to July restriction, to be honest with you.
for any kind of raptor, including owls.
No, because the peregrines they won't nest there. They need something much higher. That's only a 30-foot, 40-foot cliff.
Anyone else?
I agree with your,
Okay. All right, let's vote on that. Amendment.
Motion passes unanimously.
Any additional amendments?
I have a question still. I'm sorry to keep harping on the music thing, but I think we do need to address it.
Okay.
So we've covered use of non-electric drum sets and other non-amplified instruments inside, and then the electronic drum sets inside. But what about outside?
Right now, they're allowed till 8 p.m.
Electronic outside, but all instruments amplified and non-amplified can be outdoors until 8. I don't think those 2 points. I don't think amending those 2 points is changing that at all.
No. Not my
Well,
understanding.
previously there was no horns or drums allowed outside. So that's what's at stake here, just so everyone knows.
And I would keep them as I said, it's not my intent to put the neighbors off. I'd keep the horns inside still,
So no horns outside.
no horns outside.
What about drums?
No non-electric drums outside.
Only electric drums outside and only until 8 o'clock.
Only electric drums outside and only till 8 o'clock, and no horns. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Let
One
me.
microphone and acoustic after 8 till 10.
That part's not changing. Yeah, that part's not changing. Let me work on the drum sets and the horns real quick for outside.
Okay.
Is he gonna play them?
I'm trying.
It's simple.
We are expecting a jazz fest in the coming years. Just so you know.
Everyone's brass married to drum.
Brass band in there.
There's gotta be a
Yeah,
drummer.
Why don't we just say that all instruments must be played indoors except for what, electronics drums till 8 p.m.
Then you've got a guitar and a couple of numerous things.
Well, previously you could do clarinets and flutes outside, so I assume that's staying the same.
Didn't mention harps.
I was gonna say, what about the harp?
That's what I think.
Do we want to add harps? I
Can't
mean,
break the noise ordinance, so it doesn't matter. You just
My
don't
husband
break
has
it.
3.
Accordions?
Oh, we didn't mention it.
3 accordions?
We're just painting the trim. That's all we're doing is painting the trim. We're almost done.
We heard about the guy who lost the organ that actually was, somebody grabbed him and came back.
In the other ways, no restrictions on.
Why don't we just say all instruments go inside?
No restrictions on implement, on instruments inside.
Because if you're outdoors, no matter what it is, they keep, you don't want to hear it.
So it's just, no, I mean, you can still play to 8 o'clock, so long as it's reasonable and town code.
He's crafting.
Yeah.
That paper that played back.
My minute's gonna just say for Brandon's.
He wasn't good.
No, he was good. It was just
Too much.
It's a lot.
Unfortunately, I feel like we have to have it. We have to have the language to go to.
And we lived out in the middle of nowhere, it's like our only neighbor, so.
It's only 9 years.
It's not-
So early.
Sorry. Oh, is that right?
Yeah, we would take. Yeah.
So my side's family from Wells, so they play the Latin night. Same general.
Martian Lewis for Labor Day for yesterday. It was super. Biggest Labor Day parade in the state. Lots of horses.
Okay, so here's what I got for X. This is neither amplified nor non-amplified brass horns and Perrin, saxophone, trumpet, trombone, etc., or non-electronic drum sets can be used outside on the property. Clarinets, harps, flutes, and electronic drum sets are permitted outside until 8 p.m. in compliance with the requirements of this agreement and within the town's noise ordinance.
Does that, Chris, does that cover it? Do you want to?
Covers that, but then
Yeah.
so long as all other instruments are permitted indoors.
Does that need to be expressly stated, Brandon?
Yeah, so 2 says non-electronic drum sets and other non-amplified instruments, including non-amplified brass horns, can be used in the property inside within the town's noise ordinance. And then there's a semicolon. Electronic drum sets are permitted in compliance with the requirements of the agreement with the electronic drum sets are permitted inside in compliance with the requirements of this agreement within the town's noise ordinance. So that's just adding in that all the non-amplified instruments are allowed inside, plus the electronic drum sets, which is already there. And so
It's real.
yeah, so
Electronic drums. Yeah.
Non-electric.
so not you want both this already covers that. They can make it more clear though. You want both electronic and non-electronic drums inside in compliance with the noise.
Correct. Correct.
You want.
All right, let me work on 2 again.
Number 8, amplified music is permitted inside during outdoor quiet times. Inside music must be played at a reasonable volume.
Yep.
So number 8 helps cover the rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would say that number 8 just covers how the music may be played, but it doesn't list the types of instruments, which is what 2 and X do. And I modified X to be outside, and then 2 is going to be inside, and so I need to work on 2 to make it so it covers everything.
2 should be every instrument, whether amplified or non-amplified.
Can be used inside, but we can make it that simple if you want to, or we could want to specifically call out the brass horns, the drums, since before they were very much.
Yeah, I think let's simplify it as much as possible.
Okay. Let me try this again.
Okay.
The drummer. Oh, what? What?
Okay, so my new number 2 would be all non-amplified instruments can be used on the property inside in compliance with the requirements of this agreement and within the town's noise ordinance.
Okay.
This is all non-amplified?
No, I said amplified.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're allowing.
Okay. No, all amplified music instruments are allowed inside.
Yes.
Yeah.
Amplified.
Yes.
All non-amplified instruments can be used inside.
Okay. All instruments, whether amplified or not, are allowed inside.
That was not what I had, but I can change it to say all amplified and non-amplified instruments can be used in the property inside in compliance with the requirements of this agreement within the town's noise ordinance. That means there would be no exclusion on what you can use inside. Just so we're clear.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. That's what we were going for, right?
Okay.
Okay. All right, is that an amendment that we need to vote on?
Yeah, we already amended 2, so we'll have to amend 2 again, 2.2A2 to read what I just said. I can repeat it.
Would you like to do that?
Yeah, I move to amend, recommend perhaps, subparagraph 2, that all, amplified and non-amplified instruments are allowed inside. As long as in compliance with the town's noise ordinance.
Okay, second,
Second.
let's vote on that amendment.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay,
Now we need to
Anything
vote on,
else?
now we need to vote on X, which is the outside. And so what I have for X is neither amplified or nor non-amplified brass horns or electronic drum sets can be used outside in the property. Clarinets, harps, flutes, and electronic drum sets are permitted outside until 8 p.m. in compliance with the requirements of this agreement within the town's noise ordinance. So that means that you can't use brass horns or standard drums outside, but you can use clarinets, harps, flutes, and electronic drum sets until 8 p.m. so long as they're in compliance with the noise ordinance.
Would someone like to move that amendment?
So moved.
Would someone like to second that amendment?
Second.
One, please get into the question.
So last Saturday when I mentioned they were playing with the brushes. Let's leave it. No one's gonna hear it.
No one's gonna do that again.
We're done.
Any discussion? Okay, let's vote on that amendment.
Motion passes unanimously.
We're almost there.
Okay. Anything else?
Comments?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Couple of quick comments. This is something that I think needed to go in the agreement, but I wanted to put it on the record again because it was not disputed when we did the PUD. But the applicant had agreed to cooperate with the town staff in having supplying vendor lists of people who are caterers and florists and so forth that are providing taxable services at events there. And the town would provide lists of those to the town so that we can check for sales tax compliance, which I think sets a good precedent for wedding venues. And the applicant had agreed to do that, and that's a benefit to this agreement. And secondly, something that I thought probably the biggest hangup rather than clarinets or non-amplified non-electronic drums, but I think Rick bears mentioning so that everybody understands it. Which is the resolution of the utilities, the water rights and tap fees. This was a major concern for many years with this property because the town had essentially loaned with no compensation to the town other than the ancillary benefits from the use of the property. Town owned water rights and it basically allowed the use of tap fees without full payment of those fees by the owners of Riverbend. And the way that MOA got drafted back in 2016, that could have gone on indefinitely. Which essentially amounted to kind of an open-ended loan of value from the town's water fund, which is collectively owned by all the ratepayers in town to this property. Included in this agreement is a resolution of that, where basically the tap fees and water rights in the form of Lake McIntosh shares rather than CBT shares will be paid for, and the town ratepayers will be basically made whole on those two important things. And so that's, to me, an important reason to approve this agreement. It doesn't just benefit the developer, doesn't benefit or just benefit other town businesses. It also benefits the town ratepayers in the water system. I think that's an important thing. And I would just like to thank both the applicant and the neighbors for cooperating and compromising and bringing this an agreement that was resolved with little rancor and disagreement. I like to see things worked out that way, and I appreciate the effort from all concerned.
Thank you. And I'll echo Trustee Browning's comments, having been talking about the Riverbend water situation for many, many years. It is a great relief to have it resolved. And I would also like to commend staff
Mhm.
for negotiating this agreement, Planner Bella, Administrator Simonson, Aaron, whoever else worked on this. This was Attorney General, this is truly a team effort. And, as I said to you earlier, Chris, we're invested in your success. You know, our successes are all tied together. So, anyone else have anything to say?
Jazz Fest 2025.
Okay. I'll call for the vote. Indoors,
Only doing.
indoors jazz fest.
And motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Congratulations. We know everybody's. Okay, we're gonna take a break now. Thank you.
Okay.
We're gonna take a break.
Was it the check-in?
How long are we taking?
Let's take 10. Right, yeah.
Okay, the microphone's still on, just FYI.
Hey, but that's just.
I don't even know.
It was always ag, all of it always
Right.
was ag.
Thank you so much.
That was part of it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye. Good night, everybody. All right, item 2 is discussion direction on IGA task force recommendations. I think that I see Doug Matthews on the line, hanging out for this. So, I think we all expressed our gratitude and, for the work that the IGA task force did on this. I think we probably also all agree that having a detailed conversation on exactly what is proposed at this time would not be the best use of our time, so we'll look forward to doing that in the very near future. My suggestion is that we direct staff to contact Boulder County to reopen the conversation, come up with a new timeline, and talk about an extension for the current IGA. Is everybody amenable to that? Any additional suggestions at this time?
I guess before it gets winter, like it seems like it won't, as hot as it is outside, but touring the properties that are available to be toured, I think is a good idea.
Yeah.
David may have already done that, but
Yeah, and I've done, and some of us have
Done
done some. Is it possible to arrange for the entire board? I know it's probably not gonna be easy to find a time
yeah.
for the entire board to do that.
I arranged the last tour. And most wanted to be there and, you know, be cooperative with the process. And we liked that because then the task force heard directly from the current owner anyway of what they were hoping to see on it, which was kind of cool, but I'm happy to do that, try to schedule something. It didn't take us that long.
How long did it take?
2 hours.
2 hours.
And we went to all of them. And we carpooled into two or three vehicles to do it. So, I mean, are you up for, you want during the day? You want it late afternoon, weekends? What are you thinking? We can't do evenings really. It gets dark by 7.
And it's gonna be getting dark earlier soon, which I think is what Trustee Browning.
Do you want me to send up?
Well, let's start with travel plans. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any upcoming travel?
It's all weekend, so.
It's all weekend travel for you.
Or if people aren't comfortable with saying those dates, you certainly can send them to me. I don't like people to announce that or.
Yeah.
Why don't you, if you have a preference, if you're very flexible, you don't have to write, but if you're working and I need to work around that, we could do that. And if we need to, I could do 2, but that's a little harder with property owners probably.
Yeah. Would it be,
And I'll post it as an.
Just remember, you gotta post it. Yeah, we don't need to have a open to the public. We gotta post it though.
Yeah. I know you're constrained with working hours.
I am, but as long as I book it a week to 2 weeks in advance, I'm generally.
Okay.
That's me too.
That's you too. Yeah, do you wanna maybe send out a doodle poll and
Sure.
we'll see if we can arrange it that way?
Yes. In regard to your first comment about contacting Boulder County, what type of an extension are you thinking? A 3 month, 6 month, a year? What are you wanting me to ask for?
90 days probably.
Yeah, it'd be nice to finish by the end of the year.
To the end of the year.
I know, so Administrator Simonson and I were talking about this and things get a little hard to schedule after Thanksgiving because people travel and so, you know, my gut is, you know, the end of January, till the end of January to afford time for that. You know, thinking that we could do the bulk of the work before then.
Yeah.
But also I want to be able to accommodate public process and public input.
Does the effectivity date of the IGA, does that start the clock for a 10-year run?
Once it's signed by both parties.
Okay.
I mean, Victoria, what do you think about that? Do you think that's too
You know,
optimistic?
just from our previous discussions, I know that if Commissioner Loachman wants to be there, her schedule is booked a couple weeks out already, so.
Yeah,
And I did see that both Commissioner Loachman and Anna Hipley were here, so why don't I touch base with them and see what kind of, we can start the discussion. I can always I'll have to bring it back to as a resolution anyway.
yeah,
If they think we could. I mean, I think January is probably fairly aggressive, to tell you the truth.
okay. Well, let's see what they say.
Yeah. Just
Yeah.
from being on there for a year and how far we got.
Yeah, I know, yeah. I'm
And the
still going.
transparency factor that people are wanting with only meeting twice a month, it's.
Okay, we'll see what they say and then
Okay.
maybe come back to us with your recommendation.
All right,
Does that sound good? Okay. Anything else on that?
for now, anything else you want me to get scheduled?
Is it too soon then to direct the housing commission to help define these housing goals, these real housing goals? Are we gonna talk about that further?
I think we'll talk about that
Okay.
further.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
anything else? Okay, thank you very much. So next up, discussion direction on allowing EV charging and battery and parks and open space zoning at Sandstone.
Attorney Denman's taken.
So I'm going to
Yeah.
take this one. So I'm looking for some direction from the Board of Trustees on how to proceed with the siting of the EV charging station in Sandstone Park. As we've kind of acknowledged all along, there's some zoning issues with siting up the battery in particular. The battery, as it encroaches into the park along with the charger and charging infrastructure, is a potential violation of the existing POS zone, which doesn't allow for a whole lot to be in it. I start off the EV charging is not even a listed use inside the code. We have other types of things that may be roughly equivalent, but the POS zoning district currently only allows for accessory buildings or uses, parking lots, and solar generation facilities and associated appurtenances, including battery storage, as a conditional use. So, what's clear is there's not a approval for this to be done there now. So it leaves with a few different options on how to proceed. First, the code does allow for uses not identified if they can be reasonably interpreted to be similar in nature and degree to a permitted or allowed use, and therefore categorize a permitted or allowed use in the district. So basically, the board can determine that the EV charging is similar enough to solar and charging to be permitted in the POS zone. You can also determine that it's an accessory use potentially to the POS zone. Or we can do a text amendment to the entire zoning code to create the use of EV charging and determine for each zoning district whether it's a permitted or conditional use. So that's another option. And the final option is going to the voters for what they feel it should be. I'm sure the question, I'll go ahead and address it now, how this interacts with the parks and open space zoning restrictions in 161570. So what 161570 says is that there should be no ordinance revising the zoning of any portion of land currently zoned as parks and open space to any different zoning. And there's an exclusion for 0.5 acres in size. So at least it's my opinion that doing a text amendment is not a rezoning. It's just a text amendment. It's just cleaning up the code in some way. And so I don't think this needs to go necessarily to the voters, but certainly an option that the Board of Trustees can take. That was what was determined by the board when the solar facility was being considered in Sandstone Park, or not in Sandstone Park, in Bone Park. So that's an option, but I don't think it's necessarily required. So I think the direction I'm looking for from the board is how do you want to process this now that we've decided this is going to go into Sandstone Park? Whether we want to make a determination that's similar to the solar and battery storage, whether it's an accessory use, whether we want to do a text amendment, or whether we want to go to the voters in order to get the approval to cite these facilities.
Do you have a recommendation?
No, I really don't in this one. I think in a long-term sense, I think it'd make a lot of sense generally to create a new use of EV charging. I think it's likely we'll see more of these in the future, and that's kind of the direction that most municipalities are going, is to add that as a use. But that's going to be a fairly involved process, I think, to determine, whether it should be a conditional or permitted use in every zoning district.
Thoughts?
I think the text amendment's the cleanest way. I think it's a stretch to say this is a accessory use to what's in the code now. I think that's the cleanest and simplest way to do it, was to the text amendment allowing it.
Other thoughts? Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, agreed.
And
So, so what about that possible location on High Street?
Well, the
Well, we-
board's already made the determination that it's going to be in Sandstone Park.
Is this a timing issue?
Yeah.
Is it okay to move forward with placing it here and signing a contract before the text amendment is approved? Because I'm hearing timing is your issue. with
There's a
putting it in the
deadline.
park.
I don't know that they have a deadline for construction now. They have the deadline of the contract, which was signed and sent to them. That's done.
Yeah.
And now on this.
Hmm.
I know we had said the last couple of meetings that we were okay doing it this way.
Yeah, and in terms of moving forward on a text amendment, I think what we should do probably is have a workshop where we kind of go through every zoning district and we get direction on whether a proposed ordinance should include EV charging as either conditional or permitted use in that zoning district.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. And I think we're gonna need to delineate between the types of EV chargers, as we've learned they're so different, but I think doing that
Yep.
now will help in the future, so.
And to that point, Mayor Rogan, Denver, I know Denver has, but I'm sure other people have as well, have delineated between solar charging as a primary or accessory use and to what extent it's permitted in a zoning district. So for example, if you have an EV charger in your house, that's an accessory use and doesn't require any sort of approval. However, if you want to do it as a primary use, that wouldn't be allowed in, residential, and it may not be allowed, in other zoning districts. So already kind of thinking about that issue.
I guess what kind of timing are we thinking?
The next workshop, we have some time available if you want to bring it up. That quickly. Or does it need to go to planning commission since it's zoning?
It will, yeah, the final ordinance will.
Yeah,
I mean, but do you want them to workshop it before it workshops to you?
I'm not sure.
What's the time for installation of this?
Yeah.
I'll have to check on that.
Yeah, if we don't, I mean, if we hit the deadline for getting the contract signed, there's no timeline for construction. Or is there?
I haven't gotten it yet. So we'll have to see that when they submit. I haven't heard from them on any type of deadline.
Thinking out loud, I think, planning commission, they want to address some of these Prop 1, 2, 3 goals is next, I believe. And then, I guess, you might as well let them do some of this background work, deciding and making a recommendation to you, so you guys can just review it and decide if you concur.
I think that's it, and I know
I think they could do that in September.
You think they could, because they also did not meet last Monday.
So they have the 9th and the 23rd yet.
Okay.
We can ask.
Let's ask, and then, if you could find out what sort of deadlines we're working toward.
Yeah. And just to make, go ahead.
If there's a timing issue on this particular project, we could just do a text amendment for the parks and open space zone now, and take the broader picture of what other zones and that kind of thing later if we needed to. Right.
Yeah, you could. We'll have to create a definition of EV charging still, like establish the use, but we could do that.
Yeah. And think about it in all of the, yeah. I'm not I think if we have the time to take it up as a text amendment to, you know,
If we,
more holistically, we should do that rather than
okay,
cherry picking. Okay,
And if Victoria, if I may make a suggestion in terms of planning commission, what I would do is, and I can be a part of this if I need to be, is just take the list of every zoning district and just go through and decide whether it should be permitted, conditional, not allowed. Whether as a primary or a secondary or accessory, whatever.
and look, and I think planning commission's gonna need to do it by charger level too. As well,
are they gonna need a lesson on charging?
they might need a lesson on charging. But I'm sure there's a backgrounder somewhere. About what the different levels are.
Okay. Have the direction.
Okay, great. Let's move on to discussion direction on Lions Valley Park lots.
In your packet was a memo and some other information regarding the lots that Mr. Bell's estate left to the town upon his death. I did put in, and I'm really sorry, I didn't have anyone available to do GIS, so I had to make my own.
You did a great job.
Well, I saw how, yeah. So there's 4 lots we're discussing here. And these are not their official lot numbers, it's just for discussion. There is parcel number 1, which is currently zoned business, of which there's only 2 such zoned lots in the entire town. And I did give you a little background on that. I remember having discussions with Mr. Bell. He was always hopeful that when he platted this, that would be an area for a small convenience store for the neighborhood, corner stores, what he called it. However, with the business zoning, the setbacks are so significant, it would have a little tiny footprint of about 20 by 20. So it's not very big if it remains in a business zone. So that is the first one. Lot number 2 is the R1 zoned lot behind McConnell Drive. Nice little lot. We just had it, wildfire mitigation. Problem is there is no access to that lot at all that I can tell, that I found so far. Lot number 3 is, I think it was really just an oversight on our zoning map. 3 and 4 are together. So I think it was somehow when all these were platted, there's this little section that got lost. But lot 3 and lot 4 are currently zoned Ag 1 districts. And instead of making my memo extremely long, I attached what those permitted uses are currently in those zones. I know that most of the interest was on the parcel, what we're calling parcel number 1. But in looking at this further and upon the request of trustee Lowell, feel that we should take a look at all of them. I am not sure that any of them are appropriate to today or our plans moving forward. So really what we're seeking is this something the board wants to make a recommendation on? Do you want it to go to planning commission? Do you want to send it out to all the different boards and commissions? What is your wishes to rezone, if at all, these parcels?
Question.
Okay.
So 4 is zoned A1 ag.
And 3 is as well.
And 3 is as well.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just answered my own question.
Yeah, 3 and 4 are zoned ag, and I'm not sure how. For sure, because I thought it had to have some form of a use, but I guess not in town. If it's in the county, it would have.
Well, and it's so interesting that the permitted uses they vary so widely from actual agriculture.
I know, looking at that list of permitted uses in ag, I would not want to see the majority of those.
And well, yeah, the conditional uses are either telecom facility,
Put a
boarding.
tower up there.
Animal
Get
boarding.
some revenue.
animal boarding, right next to the dog park.
Yeah, I mean,
So
part of the
I-
telecom facility is that, we're so preempted in what we can restrict that zoning districts they can go into. So that would actually maybe make
Yeah.
sense.
I know.
So we're just seeking direction. If we're happy with them the way they are, then so be it. But they are all owned by the town of Lyons now. But if you would like to look at other zones, how would you like to pursue that?
Trustee Lowell?
Yeah, the long sordid story behind these lots is they've been sitting around for anywhere from 15 to 20 some odd years. They would have been transferred with an LVP during the original LVP agreement. After filing 8, they were supposed to come to the town. In addition to these 4, there are also 3 that were supposed to have been transferred to the HOA. I'm president of the HOA and we've been maintaining these lots for 15 years. So my first charge was to try to get those lots properly transferred. So I had to do some detective work after Keith Bell died. We finally got squared away. We got them all transferred. Now the question is, what do we want them to be? My personal opinion is that the parcel 1, the one that's business, should be zoned municipal. That gives it some latitude if you want to use it for a pump station, if you want to, that's the business lot. that
So
we're talking about.
can I interrupt just for a
Sure,
second?
go ahead.
So I think what we're talking about now is, does the board want to make the decision about the lots? Or
Okay.
is there a
Planning
different
commission
process?
or someone else?
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna harken back to the dog park. Remember when the dog park had never been zoned? It had brought into town, but it had never been zoned. And the board at that time, I don't know if you were on it, Mark. It was Connie was the mayor. The board at that time summarily just said, we're gonna make it municipal. I was advocating for parks and open space because it's parks and open space, but at their meeting, they zoned it municipal. I think we should do the same for these 4 lots. I don't see any reason why we need to get anybody else involved in this.
I have a different perspective.
Mhm.
I think we should refer it out to our boards and commissions and give them the opportunity to provide input. And in addition, I'm curious, and I sent a note to staff about this earlier this week. The Lyons Valley Village zoning is single family, but Lyons Valley Village is,
It's R3, well,
it's built as R3.
it's built as a.
So I'm curious about what the PUD for that might be.
And we did not, I was not able with as many hours as we had last week
I know.
to get that, but
But
I
that would
am
be
making the
helpful to know.
assumption, it was before my time, but I think it was probably a PUD. That was an overlay there, but we need to look down.
I'm curious about, that little piece of property that's adjacent to the same neighborhood, how that was able to occur. And whether that could be a possibility moving forward for one of these parcels. A similar development.
There's no access.
Oh, to R1. To the R1 lot. Or the ad,
Maybe the business lot, I don't know.
like a triplex.
So I would like to refer this out to the boards and commissions, get their input and get their ideas. Before we make decisions. About these lots.
I agree. Well, I know I'm not a zoning expert here. I probably listen to what trustee Hamrick has to say because he's, prior chair to the PCDC. I would love to know what the PCDC thinks, and I'm pretty sure the Housing and Human Services Commission would have something to say as well. Especially about lot number 4. I don't know how big lot number 4 is. I would love.
42 acres. It's the L.
Oh, it's the L.
It's
It's
the
the
L.
entire
Yes.
hillside.
Can't do anything.
Well, and the Parks and Rec Commission will probably have some input as well, and the EAB.
Yeah.
Sure will have some input. Trustee Hamrick?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think sending it out to the commission to get their input as well as people who live around there.
Yeah.
Get Glen Valley Park input, because, yeah, I remember looking at parcel one and, yeah, it looks like a park to me. It's part of the park there today, but I think getting all the input and getting that brought forward, you can make the decision at that point.
Yeah, I think we need to, change it, and I mean, my own opinion is probably pretty much everybody's gonna say 2, 3, and 4 needs to be either parks and open or stay ag. But ag just scares me now that we know what all is involved. Yeah. I think the number 1 is the only one, but I'm probably with you on that, David. You know, it seems to me it's attached to the park and trying to, I think about, I go by it almost every day, so what could fit in there. But ultimately, I want to hear what everybody else has to say about that. So I do think we need to act on it, but yeah, I think go to the commissions and see what they come back and say, see what the neighbors say, take it from there.
Mr. Burning?
Yeah, I'm okay with referring it out to the commissions too, particularly the planning and zoning commission. That's what they're supposed to do. I wasn't on the board when that was on this municipal. I have a pretty good understanding of why they did it. It was basically to keep it from being on parks and open space because of the Sophos ordinance, to be honest with you. They didn't want it subject to those half-acre limitations in the vote, so they made it municipal. I don't think that was, in retrospect, probably the right thing to do from a process perspective, so I'm okay with sending this to the boards and commissions.
I agree with sending it to the boards and commissions. 2, 3, and 4, I would probably not want to have anything other than parks and open space in that, but number 1, I think there's other opportunities possible there.
Okay, this is direction.
Okay. Also, I think part of the reason municipal, if I recall, was in case the elementary school was ever going to move to that neighborhood.
Oh.
They wanted to have a municipal lot. Yeah, because if it was parks, it would have to go to a vote. That would, even if it was a school, it just took an extra step. There was always a hope to put that there or a rec center. And then, I think there were a couple of decisions there. Okay, so how long of a time frame do you want it out there? Just as long as it takes a month, okay?
I think a month is fine. I mean, nothing's happened on those for a long time.
40 years.
Yeah.
How does
Okay.
how does the timing work with all the boards and commissions though? Have
They
some
all
already-
meet at least
some
once
already
a
met
month.
this month?
No, not yet. It's only the first,
It's only
the first day of the month.
Yeah.
So we want to bring this up at the next board meeting?
I don't
No.
think you'll be ready then. I think it'll be October 7th.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had one other question. Oh, when you mentioned municipal for this lot, what were you thinking? For park lot
You
1,
mean for the corner lot?
Yeah.
I think it just gave you a lot more options.
so like if we went
Or what you
off-street
do, I mean, you could
parking,
use it as a municipal, you could use it as a park, if you needed to put a pump station there.
Storage
for the
shed.
sewer, right?
yeah, storage shed, parking lot, off-street for all those things.
Sure, yeah.
EV charging.
EV charging.
Sure.
All right, so I'm gonna send it to all boards and commissions for a referral and ask them to get back with us no later than the end of the month. So
And if there's a board or commission that doesn't feel like they need
Sure.
to,
they can pass.
they can tell you, like, I'm not sure HPC. would have a-
Solar farm.
Not any of those,
Solar farm.
Good luck with the view shed.
unless they care about keeping the L.
Oh, well.
Oh, the L.
I think we all. Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. Moving on, discussion direction
Lots of
on
ideas.
Apple Valley Water Treatment Plant property. Here we go again.
Hey, before we move on, when we talked about neighbors, enough to send it out to like about those properties? You want it like to
I think you've got
HOA,
More than
newspaper?
just that HOA, you've gotta go
Everywhere.
behind the number 1 lot.
Yeah.
You've gotta go on that street.
Well,
That's all I'll do.
How do you? You've got a 42 acre L property, who are the quote neighbors there? I mean, the interest is the whole community.
Okay, well, maybe,
I think you can-
I'll do I will get it out there and maybe we
Yeah.
do a e-blast to a site or some people can.
Yeah, and
Okay.
we can figure out we'll figure out some sort of public process. for it.
Okay. Thank you.
So hopefully you're all pretty familiar with the property. It is the property at the northwest end of Apple Valley Road, or you talk about the Rainbow Bridge. You picture that, put in the survey plat, if you were able to look at the plat that was included in there. That helps to divide the property, to have some understanding of the options we have here. This was the previous water treatment plant that the town has not used in 2004, 2003, 20 years or so. There's been talk of putting it up for sale. Not sure if it would work or not. After talking to Boulder County, they had said that you do have to put up both parcels. In this plat, you may see they actually try to split it as parcel A, parcel B, and parcel C. I believe B and C, which are divided by Apple Valley Road, are one parcel. But the whole set of parcels has to be combined based on when the subdivision was done for this to be a buildable lot. So if we want to sell it as a buildable lot, it would be the entire property of parcel A, parcel B, and parcel C. Parcel C is to the west of the Apple Valley Road. It's, if you're familiar, it has a Boulder County recreation easement on it. It's where there's a flagstone path going down to the creek, if you've been up there. That whole section has a easement in perpetuity by the county already on that section. So when we initially looked at selling it, could we sell just parcel A? No, as I said, the county requires it to be both of the whole property. Upon getting this survey done, you may notice that there's property, as Mr. Sims mentioned earlier, that is to the north of the North St. Vrain Creek. There were some concerns about trying to save that portion of the property as parkland or open space for certain reasons. It is, to me, a bit steep, the rock bank there right off the CDOT portion of the highway, but I also have heard people fish and concerns about coming out of there from kayaking, although there's plenty of creek lengths that can't be. So after that came up, we talked about, is there a possibility to subdivide the property and take that northern edge and make it a town park? Boulder County said, yes, there is. It looked to be a lengthy process. We'd have to spend some money. We don't know how much and how long that would take. And it would be another piece of property for the town to maintain. So another option came up of, would Boulder County be willing to extend their easement to the north bank there and take that on as part of the easement they already have, thereby keeping it open, not being a part of town property to maintain. So you have the four options that I presented at the end: sell the parcels as they are now, go through a Boulder County subdivision exemption that would require regulating and subdividing, replatting and subdividing, and then you could retain a river parcel as parkland that the town maintains and sell the new southern parcel. Continue to pursue having Boulder County add the north bank to their existing recreation easement. I didn't mention, we haven't had much progress getting someone to take that up in Boulder County. Victoria's been reaching out to a number of people. Previous planner Kimmett had started and didn't get anybody, and I haven't heard from planner Owen. Or do nothing is the fourth option and just keep the property.
Well, there's one more option,
And that is,
sell the whole thing to Boulder.
well, that's the selling of the property, I would say. It's
Have they expressed
I
an
think you meant
interest?
private sector.
Has Boulder County expressed an interest?
I heard today from the real estate division, and she said that she was needing to get some more particulars and would let me know ASAP. I did not hear it today.
Okay. And just to clarify, the proceeds from the sale go into the water.
Correct.
And if it is sold to Boulder County, then would they just keep it as park?
I'm sure they would. They might extend that recreation access, because right now people park along that little frontage road. You know, they may formalize it as a formal recreation area. I don't know. This was asked to be put on the agenda, but we hadn't really gotten a response yet. But it's also something as we go into IGA negotiations to consider.
Yeah.
It's not the north bank that I'm concerned about. Hardly anybody uses that, as you say, it's cobbled, it's riprap. My main concern with this is the river itself. And if any of you know anything about the Colorado River access laws, if we sell this parcel, the river belongs to whoever owns that lot and can enforce no trespassing.
Yeah.
If you set your foot on the bottom of the river, you're trespassing. So my thought was that we sell the second lot, but we subdivide out the portion that's indicated on the map as top of the Bank Creek to the North Shore.
They want,
In other words, the river proper itself. So the parcel A and parcel B, except for that portion, which contains the river to the high water mark, that would be either subdivided out or an easement put on it. To my mind, a conservation easement is an easy way to do this. You sell the whole lot and you just put a conservation easement on the river property that says public access is guaranteed. I think, by the way, I think it's a red herring to say that this would provide the town, it would cause the town to maintain it. Town doesn't maintain it now, we own it, and there's never anybody up there from the town. So that's not a consideration. My big consideration here is river access. It's a very popular spot, and it's not just the tubing season or the kayaking season. There are people up there all the time. It's a sandy bottom river from the bridge, probably 150, 200 yards downstream to the first rapid. There are people up there all the time.
Fishing.
No, I was up there the other day. There was a family with 2 little kids sitting in the river. It's a wonderful spot. But if you sold it with parcel B, whoever owns that could call the sheriff and say there are people trespassing on my property, or you could get into user conflicts, user and property owner conflict. So I would prefer to see the river portion of it somehow parsed out from this.
Full swap, we could work through the easement. I don't know, the conservation easement, the town taking that up wasn't discussed before. So if that's another, that could be a good option. You put a conservation easement on it first and then sell it. That's the
Maybe an access easement as opposed to a conservation easement,
Yeah.
recreational
Well,
access.
we're thinking for that, potentially Boulder County could take an easement on it since they have an easement, but
I'm kind of the opinion that we shouldn't make a decision until we hear from Boulder County about whether they might be interested in the property.
We're doing comments.
Yeah.
My comment is we've been trying to sell this property for 4 years. And Boulder, talking to Boulder County for all that time. And to me, option number one, sell as is, includes selling it as is to Boulder County if they want to buy it. If they give us the highest and best offer, if they give us the highest offer, they got it.
And they do that.
So I mean, that's my opinion. I think we've heard from a number of people out in Apple Valley for years that if everybody knows the condition of this property and negotiating conservation easements, severing of the North Bank to preserve and the river area, and everything is just gonna take more and more time. We'll have to keep working with Boulder County. We've been doing that for years. It's time to get this sold. We need the funds in the water, wastewater fund, wastewater fund. We have a lot of needs in that fund. This property does us no good, and it's an eyesore that we wouldn't tolerate if it was in town limits. It would be clearly a nuisance we want to do something about, yet we've maintained our own nuisance out in the county, burdening the Apple Valley people for almost 20 years now. It's time to get it sold, sell it as is. And if the county wants to buy it, great.
I think if you're looking for the most funds for it, your best bet is to make it a buildable lot and it will become a residence. As is, you probably won't get the same amount because we know that there's about 150,000 to remove the building. So those are just.
It is a buildable lot as is, right?
Not with both, you have to have both.
So that's what I thought we're talking about.
Yeah, you have to have A and B, and
He's
does
saying
it,
to sell both.
When I say it, I mean.
Yeah, you want to sell both, you
Both.
want to take a piece and see them.
No, I would, you could sell the whole thing, just put a conservation easement on it. This is the easiest way to do it, folks. I did this a lot when I was doing land conservation. I don't know if the town.
He's saying the
I don't know if the whole
conservation easement
town
will
holds
take
any
time.
conservation easements. I don't know whether Attorney Gibbon is familiar with the construct of them and how they work. But it's a very, very simple document that's appended to the deed. It just follows the deed wherever it goes through the various owners. You put conditions on it.
I guess, different opinion.
Okay,
please?
I'd hate to see this get sold to a private individual and then access to the river be taken away.
Right.
So I think if we could sell it to Boulder County, we may not get as much money, but we'll
I
get it up.
agree.
Well, but there's access to the river through what's built there now, which is a permanent easement,
to the
right?
west of the bridge.
To the west of the bridge. I went down there. I've been down there a
Oh,
couple
so
times.
I thought I heard Aaron say we had to sell A, B, and C together.
But the permanent easement would transfer over.
There's already
so
an
the
easement on
Portion
it.
of
Yeah.
parcel C
Okay,
would
okay.
still
I
continue
stand
to
corrected
go
now.
down.
Easement's still there.
Yeah, that easement's in perpetuity.
Okay, good.
So there will always be river access right there.
Okay.
But what you're doing is you're fomenting conflict if you don't have any protection down below the bridge,
I kind of feel like there are so many spots along this river
which are inaccessible.
which are inaccessible, and there are so many spots which are accessible.
Not up there.
I-
Sorry.
It's, there's an accessible spot right there that's not going away, and I don't, I feel like, as trustee Browning said, the water fund, wastewater fund needs the money. I think we should sell all three. And serve all the citizens of the town.
May I ask a question? Is it possible to just sell A and B and keep C as a conservation?
Well, Boulder County will keep the easement in the sale, so whoever buys it has to still keep Boulder County's easement.
Is the easement olive?
C,
So olive C is the easement?
so that would stay even if someone
Okay,
could build a house on the other side.
so we're
that
just
would
talking about
still-
A and B in that case.
I mean, right, the property sells, but Boulder County can always have their easements or that portion is not.
Which is
buildable,
olive C.
As far as I
Right,
know.
okay.
from-
So the owner would own it, but they couldn't really do anything on
Right,
it.
okay.
They could look at it, I guess.
Did we have an offer
We did,
way back when this
Yes.
first went on the market?
yeah. We did, and it wasn't accepted.
And that, I
Too low?
don't remember if that
That
was
was because
only
it wasn't buildable.
A, we were, at one point, we were looking at just parcel A,
Yeah.
and it's not buildable.
Do we have a appraisal on what it would go for?
We did, we did better.
What is it?
We did, but
I
that was a
think that
couple
was
years ago.
just
now.
A.
I think we need to get a new appraisal. And I think, if the interest rates go down as is predicted, it would be a really good time to sell.
Was 200 or 220, something like that? Just saying, is that right?
Gosh,
I have.
we had
three in my
several
house.
bids on it.
Yeah.
The first
Well, it was
Not sure.
combined also, right, we had combined it with the property across that, as the Sparks, that the
Oh,
Sparks.
yeah, the
bought.
water,
We had it
tank.
wrapped up as.
Oh,
one.
yeah, but I'm not sure the
With
tank
them
was a
out.
motivating factor.
No, I think it was a unmotivating factor. So how would you like us to proceed on this one?
I think sell the whole thing. I think, find a real estate agent that you feel comfortable working with, Victoria. And, put it on the market.
I hear two of you saying that.
I agree with Greg that I think there should be an easement on the whole parcel of that for river access.
And I believe there should be an easement on the entire property from the South Shore up to the North Shore before we sell it. Yep.
So the entire river piece.
So that the river, so access to the river itself is guaranteed. I actually am a human who, when my daughter was 11, was told to get out of that river. And I was still living in New York. Because
The person who owned it did not want my daughter in the river. And it was like, well, that's really not okay. So, yeah, so that sticks in my mind. And if in fact it is an easier process, as trustee Bill was saying, then I would rather do that before we say.
So you're saying, I just want to be clear, I understand, so you're saying put an easement from this bank, from the south bank of the river to the road.
Correct.
It's actually indicated top bank here.
So I think I'm hearing a majority of people saying pursue conservation easement on the river portion.
So far,
Yeah.
Not just for,
there's three that said that's.
Oh, well, yeah, I'll go with the conservation.
You go,
and then sell the.
Investigate.
and then solve the whole. How long does it take to do a conservation easement?
I don't know, that's, if Boulder County comes in and says, we'll buy it for that price and we'll these for that, then I'll bring it back that way.
Yeah, definitely bring it back when you hear back from them, if something changes.
Attorney Dittman, do you have people in your firm who do conservation easements?
I haven't personally done one in quite some time, but we can definitely do it. I mean, we can figure it out. I have a real estate attorney in my office that can probably help out, but I haven't personally done one in a long time. I think I did one for Denver 10 years ago, but that's been a long, I don't remember how to do it, so.
I also want to know how much it costs to do that, like, I have no
They
idea.
sometimes pay.
Yeah, is who, is it
If they have
$5,000, $50,000? I don't know.
Long time ago, it used to be that.
Yeah.
I
So,
don't think it's be five. I mean, it's just a cost of drafting and recording. I mean, you will substantially devalue the property for sure of any sort of easement on it, but
To be clear, we're just talking about a portion on the river, only the river portion, but I think you're right, even that will devalue it to some extent.
yeah, because people, you can buy property and want to build a beautiful house on it, but if you know that there are always going to be people you don't know in the river in front of your house, that's going to devalue the property.
And I think it's worth it to have
I
access.
choose down the river. I know.
Okay, we'll pursue that, bring back some more information for you guys.
And you were going to keep in touch with Boulder County and.
I'm gonna start with Boulder County and find out what that takes, the time frame, the costs. And hopefully in that meantime, they'll tell us if they have an interest.
I don't think Boulder County has to approve the easement, that's what, we can do that.
if it's under our ownership, we can do it without that.
Yeah, but whether
Yeah,
they're.
they can make us an offer, why don't you just tell them they can make us an offer at any time? But let's go ahead and do our conservation easement, because that's what the majority of the board suggested doing. And list it for sale, and any time Boulder County wants it, they can make us an offer. I don't see why we have to hold up the rest of it to do with Boulder County again.
Wait, no, I don't think we did.
Okay.
No, I just meant I was gonna pursue what it takes to put a conservation easement, the timing, the cost. On it.
That's just a matter of our attorneys doing it, I believe.
We have to define the terms.
Well, we'll bring it back in a resolution.
I think we can put an easement on our own property. We don't have to get Boulder County's permission to do that.
No,
No.
certainly not.
Brandon, does that take any other action if we're putting a restriction on public property? I thought it did.
Sorry, I'm thinking through this, whether we would require a resolution for our own property. I don't think we would. But we can get board approval regardless. I mean, the only hurdle I see is surveying the area or getting a legal description of the area you want to place the easement over. I mean, I can't do that myself.
Yeah. I want to make sure I'm looking at the same map you guys are to know exactly. where
It's
you
not
are.
over the entire property, right? It's just over a portion of it. And so we'd have to get
Yeah.
We do have
that
a
is.
survey.
But they want
We
to.
do have a
Greg has a
recent
highlighted
plat
map
with
here
the
that
survey.
share.
And the creek, to me, stands out as a pretty good marker, I would think, on this survey that the current surveyor could put on. We could add, well, anyway, it may be a little more to this survey, but I
Yeah.
would think the existing surveyor could modify this
Yeah.
to do that.
Yeah, I was just thinking illegal for the description of whatever the creek is. But I think you're right. The surveyor did the last one could probably do it fairly easily based on what he did on that survey.
Right. Okay, great. Let's move on to trustee reports and future agenda items. Trustee Hamrick.
Nothing to report the except collision. Didn't meet this month
Good.
or last.
Well, congratulations on a job well done with the IGA task force.
Thank you.
Being the liaison to that on top of your other duties. It is much appreciated.
You're welcome. I didn't do too much. I sat there and listened.
That's not nothing.
Which is
hard sometimes.
That is not nothing. We're back.
Well, and I really did not want to inject my personal opinions just because that'll come later.
Well,
So,
well, thank you. That's really going above and beyond. It's much appreciated.
you're welcome.
Go.
I'm making up for last time. Fresh memory. I would like to share this handout that we gave the HUD officials. We took on a tour of the silver linings with golf carts. So we had about, what, 25 officials from HUD. And we told the story of, you know, all of the different flood recovery projects we have spent their funding on. So in total, there was about $19 million. And I just want to bring your attention to the housing piece here. $4 million of that went towards Lions Valley Townhomes. And remind me again, Victoria, I wasn't part of the board at the time. Was it for the purchase of the property or the construction of the townhomes?
It was for construction.
Yeah, but this was for construction.
Yeah.
So,
Not purchase, it was construction.
so you can imagine this was a really important part of the tour. And I remember one of the renters, one of the tenants, the first tenant, as you're going up Carter Drive, I parked outside where the sign is. And there was an official there from HUD just sitting beside me. And one of the tenants came out and said to the whole cart, I don't know who you are. I don't know how you're involved with this project, but I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for anything you have to do with this project. So just for those HUD officials to, you know, hear like the gratitude from those tenants and to see what all of their hard work also contributed to, this was a really big deal.
Yeah.
So anyways, I just wanted to give you an extra copy of that, so you also have that on your radar. Of the $75 million, you know, 19 million of it came from HUD, those CDBG grants, and that's what they were celebrating for their 50th anniversary. So that was pretty cool to be a part of that. And to see their reaction to how far we've come with that funding. When it comes to the Boulder County Homelessness Working Group, I attended session 2. And there's going to be a session 3, September 18th, that Mayor Rogan will attend, and they're going to be looking for direction from the board. So unless there is an objection, I am going to suggest to Mayor Rogan to support the 2 themes that were suggested by the group. They were the top 2 themes voted on in session 1 to prevent and end homelessness in Boulder County. What they're looking for is a regional approach. This isn't pertaining to the town of Lyons, this is pertaining to Boulder County. And the 2 top themes were the advocacy, the need for advocating for funding, building more units, both permanent and transitional, and also the creation and retention of housing units and providing supportive services to improve housing access across our community. Because basically, as several of our residents spoke to here today, that instability of housing is one step away from homelessness. It is so, and that is when I realized, oh, this actually does pertain to us, and we do have something to say, because when I first went and we were talking about homelessness, I didn't think Lyons had a homelessness problem. But I can tell you that we have several residents who we heard from tonight who are feeling very insecure about their housing. Why? Because they are one step away from homelessness. So that tenant union is a really big deal. So no objections. So you have, so you can go back and say we've consulted with the board and they're okay with those 2 themes. Thank you for that. And then I don't believe we need to revisit Lyons Valley Townhomes and how to move forward with Highland Property Management. It looks like we already gave direction to staff earlier. I guess what I'm looking for direction is for whether I need to continue or follow up, I guess, with a meeting that was tentatively scheduled for Friday with Matt Allen, Regional Director, and Paul Capps. Or should I leave that to staff to take care of? Where should I be in on that? I'm not sure how to organize that meeting at this point.
Well, if I send him this, I think it's okay. I mean, for me, I don't mind having backup in another pair of ears.
Yeah.
If you're representing HHSC.
And I'm happy to join too.
Great. Great, so it'd be great for us, because they asked me again today, what time on Friday? So if we could come up with the time on Friday, then I can respond and say,
You
actually,
have a-
LCC.
you said proposed time is 10?
Did I?
That's what that's what I thought.
I thought
Okay,
someone said 10.
okay.
Maybe that wasn't.
Does that work for both of you? Because they sound pretty flexible.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
I mean. She said, is she open to calendar? Yeah, that should be, if we could make it 11, that would probably be better. There's the Central
Okay.
Valley School District breakfast meeting
okay,
at 8.
okay. So I'll ask them Friday at 11, and I will be telling them that the mayor and Administrator Simpson will be joining us.
That's great.
And maybe they can set up some kind of Zoom
We can
session.
set up a Zoom.
You guys can set up a Zoom?
Yeah.
We will set up a Zoom. So we will send Zoom details out. Okay, fantastic. Great.
Do we want Aaron there to discuss any of those other,
Probably,
Yeah.
those other?
that would probably be great.
Remaining financial issues?
Yeah. Um. Okay, so yeah, I was asking about directing the housing commission to define housing goals as recommended by the IGA task force, but it sounds like it's too premature to do that yet. Sounds like we're gonna look at it as a board. There are also questions in the comment section of the report coming from Apple Valley residents. And I was wondering if I should be answering those questions directly with how to do with our housing needs, et cetera. I'm just wondering if I need to respond to that or not.
I think it's up to you, whatever you want to respond to.
Okay. And let me see. Oh, do you think that I also need to ask the Housing Human Services Commission to give their feedback regarding the regional approach to end homelessness? I'm just not sure how versed they are in homelessness. They were asking for staff feedback. They were asking for board feedback. I wasn't sure if I should.
I think if the commission would like to provide that feedback, that's totally fine.
Okay, okay. And yeah, I think the first Sunday that the chamber put on yesterday was a great success. And they are going to renew this every month, first Sunday of the month. So that's a great way to get people onto Main Street. Once a month. I know the EBC has been working on that mandate for a while. So other than that, the Housing and Human Services Commission will meet on Monday at 4:30 and the Arts and Humanities Commission will meet on Tuesday. And I'll be reminding them about budget requests.
And remind them about, three openings.
Oh, and 3 openings.
Yeah.
3 vacancies.
And those properties, if they have any interest.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, the ecology board met last month and the main topic was the herbicide application along the San Fran Trail extension.
And it's done.
Dave Cosgrove was on the call, Justin Doles and Tracy was as well, and I think they went a long way towards alleviating their concerns about, and too often there seems to be a reactionary, to this stuff. I thought they didn't understand it was to be spot spray, or they imagined a blanket application of this stuff. So it went a long way towards, allaying their fears. So that was the main conversation that night. So I have.
Mayor Pro Tem?
HPC is going to be taking, I think, a much deeper look into Native American concerns regarding everything from our museum to every other aspect of town. And one of the issues that has come up and will come up more is any reference to good old days as being offensive to certain segments of the population, which includes right in front of barbecue place. We've got a sign that says good old days.
Those are coming down.
You're gonna be making, I think, broader recommendations regarding that. So I think that'll be coming. And that's a new area of real focus.
Are you, is the commission working with any tribal
Yes,
nations?
yeah.
Great.
Yeah, that's, Lori is, taking the lead on all that. And
Fantastic. Okay.
been in touch with some Arapaho
And you already have it. Wonderful. Thank you.
Yes, the EDC met on August 21st. They began discussing a possible local business contractor policy where local businesses will have some sort of bonus or incentive to work on particularly town issued contracts. There's a lot of factors to consider on how to formulate that. So they're just in the initial stages, but that's something that they're working on in the project. They're formulating their capital item request list from our capital budget list of capital items. And we'll submit those by the deadline. They focused a lot also on the first Sunday event. I went around Sunday afternoon to a lot of the businesses downtown, and the general reaction I got was that for an initial first Sunday kickoff event, they were pleased with the response, and there was more traffic than usual. So I got some good feedback on that. Upcoming, the EDC will be hearing from the Utilities and Engineering Board about time of service electric rates, demand pricing, because that has potentially different effects on different types of businesses. So I think Chairman Kerr is going to do a presentation to the EDC on that at some point. And then the UEB is meeting on Wednesday and have a pretty full agenda, including the wastewater treatment facility draft report. So I'll report back on that next time.
Thank you.
So Parks and Rec has not met since our last meeting. And then I do want to say at the Orchard, we're going to be having an apple cider pressing party on September 21st. The things that we moved because of the fire are going to be there. So apple cider pressing, ukulele sing along, pie and ice cream, and rock painting for the kids. And then one other thing I want to say, so I went to Laverne Johnson Park on Sunday evening, and the trash was horrendous there. And park hosts were picking it up, and I asked them if it's like that every weekend. They said it's not quite that bad, but it's really bad. And there's got to be something that we can do. I don't know what we can
Talking
do
about
with this.
containers overflowing or just general litter?
No, people like over by the jumping rock. I mean, there were plastic bottles and cans and all kinds of trash. My wife and I picked it up, and then the park hosts were coming around, and they said they have to do that every weekend. I didn't know if you could put even cameras up that aren't working that said, say, Smiley, you're on camera. Something like that.
Well, you know, at one point during COVID, when our parks were really overflowing, the park hosts were handing each party that came in their own trash bag.
You had a reservation.
And that,
We still
yeah,
do.
we still do.
Yeah, I don't think it's that group. I think it's people that are hanging around the swimming hole and they don't, you know,
They don't care.
there's not recycling, but they don't care.
Yeah, and even outside the swimming hole, there was quite a bit of trash,
No, I
but
heard
it
there's
wasn't
more
nearly as
than
bad.
Yeah.
It's great.
We are seriously discussing our parks operations right now.
Yeah.
Don't know, this was a tough enough year at Laverne Johnson that neither of our park hosts are coming back. And it is quite a learning curve and to replace them. And the jumps who are at Bone Park are we were hoping they would stay there for the winter. And then they have said they want to come back to Bone Park. But then this weekend, they had some negative interactions by our local public, so I hope they don't change their mind. But we are, during the budget process, we are going to discuss how to improve this situation. It is just such stressful 3 days, and they just can't get away from it. So we're gonna try to be a little more creative and bring forward some options that we might want you to consider, but there could be budget implications.
Are you happy with Denver Security? Is that who it is?
You know, we were at the beginning of the year, but we've noticed this last few weeks is two of them are hanging around together all the time. It's supposed to be one at the gate, one in the back. all the time. This weekend, we put on a third because last weekend was so bad. And so the third needs to be going around Bone, the River Park, Black Bear. So this weekend, Black Bear was just hammered. And the weed posse said they are using behind the clarifier as latrine still. Oh, God. So we will be
Sorry, what was
putting
that? What was that?
a latrine, they're,
Oh, geez.
and so, I said I want a temporary sign put up right away that just says, you know, bathrooms and baños. This direction, because if you're just there and you aren't parking at Second Avenue, you may not know it's there. And in years past, we had the porta potties at Black Bear.
Yeah.
But now it's so late in the season, I just hate to do that. So we are very much aware, what Cody said too was Saturday and Sunday weren't so bad. Monday was awful.
Well, maybe we can get kind of a full report.
Yeah, we will be, but we are gonna take a look at how to improve compliance with parking, how to keep the numbers high enough, you know, to pay for the personnel and the services and the trash bags. I mean, I don't think people have a clue what we spend on trash over there.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
we're gonna do some creative thinking.
Anything else, Glenn? You may not remember this, but you are the liaison to the Student Advisory Commission.
I was gonna ask you that afterwards, and I have been in contact with principal.
Okay, I bring it up because we did get an application.
We got one.
We got one, so I just, you know, we can meet and talk about what that means and how that works.
The three of us.
Yeah, the three of us, and so, but we do want to get that rolling again.
Okay, good, because I was gonna talk to you after the meeting.
Assuming you still want to do it. Okay, great. PCDC did not meet, and is meeting on Monday, I assume. Administrator Simonson brought this up to me earlier. We have a town hall scheduled for the 25th of September. This is the quarterly town hall that we agreed we wanted to do. And so as many people as possible should show up. We can think about what we want, whether we want to have primary subject matter, whether we want to just make it an open sort of discussion. You know, how we will, I'll take input into how folks might want to go about that.
It's 6 to 8 p.m. currently
At the library. So, assuming we all still want to move forward, I'm gonna ask town staff to, start publicizing that.
And I believe the format you talked about previously was you would do a general update on your current issues you're working with and then just open it up.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
And it might be a good idea to ask for input then about budget requests, because you were, sending out that survey, but it might
Which we
be,
have sent out.
but it
yeah.
might be just as easy to ask them at the same time if they want to give feedback. or we can take notes.
We should just have a,
paper copies.
no, I think what we just have is a QR code to the survey and have people fill it out online. I don't want to have staff spending time entering stuff.
I just feel like that's correct.
Yeah, no, I
That's
think that's a
getting,
great
yeah,
idea.
that's right before budget.
Yeah. And that's all I have.
So we are planning to.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
We could even present our capital improvement plan and see what they think.
There's enough of you to.
Exciting.
Yeah, and everybody who can make it, it would be great if you can.
Yeah.
If you can
Yeah,
come.
it's on my calendar.
Okay. All right, summary of action items, please.
Okay. Starting with the workshop, prepare an addition to the current, full-time staffing chart that shows, salary and benefits, including paid-in contractors. Get a copy of the most up-to-date contracts with Summit to you and a list of items that are still incomplete. If we address the ARPA funds, send Mr. Capps a record, a recording of the meeting tonight and schedule the Friday meeting. Also, if there's any compliance issues with the property that we want to pursue from a municipal code issue perspective. Send main stage approval for their music in September. I need to follow up on the codification of the overlay districts. Have asked the finance director to carve out the new sales tax that is to be earmarked for capital on her chart. We continued the 1, 2, 3, 4 ordinances on the Tebow property till October 7th. The amendments to the ordinance that you went through with Attorney Dittman, there's several changes there that he needs to make.
I already sent
And
them all in, so we're good.
And the amendments to the River Bend. And I will contact Boulder County to discuss an extension to the IGA and timing and bring that back. Schedule a tour or a doodle poll for a tour to visit the properties in the IGA and post that as a meeting. Pursue a text amendment for the EV in Parks and Open Space zoning. And send it to Planning Commission as well for zoning. Oh, yes, that's correct. And then send out to all the boards and commissions, the Lions Valley Park properties for their input and ideas throughout September, as well as the general public, and bring it back to the board in October. And then find out some more details on a conservation easement and bring an update on that too. And then advertise the town hall on September 25th. Have a QR code to the survey and advertise LAHC vacancies.
Thank you very much. Brandon, anything else?
I already sent in the Riverbend agreement modifications. I sent in the ordinance modifications. I need to do some work in my office to figure out what to do with the conservation easement and then tell Victoria so we can update you at the next meeting.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Seconds.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you.
Brandon.
Have a good night.
You too.
Is this for Paul?
Sorry, it's not Ellen and I, but we're